Hello, this is Dr. Paul Cottrell, and we're doing a live stream on YouTube. We're not doing a live stream tonight on Rumble. I might set up the X Spaces for a call-in or just a listen-in simulcast, but thank you for watching tonight. We're going to go over some of the news that has been breaking for the day and late last night. So before we begin, please help support my work by making sure you subscribe to all 4 channels on YouTube. I have the 4 channels on YouTube, the Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. All those links are in the description. Make sure you subscribe. I get a lot of censorship on YouTube, as you know. So, getting notifications from the different channels, it's like whack-a-mole. So that's how I've been able to survive it. But please subscribe to all the channels, all 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. Also follow me on X. I have 2 channels on X and I have GETTR. Also, you can listen to my podcast on Apple Podcasts, Podomatic, and on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can get live streams on my website, but also audio versions of my podcast. With that, please help support my work by sharing the links, asking your social media to subscribe and follow me, and donate. If you would like to help support my work, I have thousands of videos for free, so please donate. You can donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or Buy Me a Coffee, or you could be a paid member to my Patreon channel. It's the people that donate and the ones that are paid members to Patreon that have helped throughout the 5 years to allow me to do these videos for free. I have thousands of videos for free on economics and finance, on international policy and current events, domestic policy for the United States, what's going on politically, but also how to improve your health and some scientific endeavors and discoveries. So I have a lot of content out there for free, thousands, literally thousands of videos for free for you guys. So please help support my work. I also have many products that you can purchase on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, ebooks, supplements, and also lectures about pulmonology and immunology. If you want to learn about pulmonology and immunology for only $50, you get lots of videos, lots of PDF files, and a lot of information by purchasing the course module that I created, either in pulmonology or in immunology. You can download the PDFs, you can watch the videos, you can log in. When you purchase the module for $50, you get a unique password, you log in, you can log in as many times as you want, watch as many times as you want. It's a great way to learn pulmonology and immunology. It's a lot of detail on there. It took me a lot of time to make it. So please go to my store, take a look at the different products that I offer. Some people are international and can't purchase the products. You can help support my work by donating, purchasing the ebooks, or purchasing the class modules in pulmonology or immunology that helps. But just watching and participating. This is a show that I like the individuals to call in on X Spaces and ask questions, give me their opinion. It makes the show more fun for everybody. So with that said, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Let's begin with Hegseth talking about the U.S. version of Iron Dome.
We need to update our nuclear triad on land, in sea, and on air. But that also includes the Iron Dome. Iron Dome or Golden Dome, whatever you want to call it. We have embraced the executive order of President Trump. We're going to ensure it's included in reconciliation money, in the FY26, all our budgets going forward, to invest in the ability, Maria, get this, novel idea, to defend our homeland. That's why we're focusing on our southern border and the invasion there, the 100% operational control, and then our skies.
And that was Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth with me yesterday on Sunday Morning Futures discussing the modernization of the Defense Department and President Trump's executive order for the construction of the Iron Dome for America. a missile defense shield similar to Israel's Iron Dome. Joining me now is U.S. Israel Education Association Senior Policy Advisor and rocket scientist, Ari Sacher. Ari, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. You've worked in the Israeli defense industry for more than 30 years. You've served on the core team of many groundbreaking systems, including that Iron Dome. President Trump told me he's probably going to call it something else, something like the Golden Sphere or Golden Dome. Tell me how this works and a little about the Iron Dome that is used right now in Israel, sir.
So let me tell you at the outset, the president is using the term Iron Dome as a metaphor. Iron Dome, as you had on the previous slide, that defends small areas, city-sized areas against threats that are launched from about 40 miles away. So it's perfect for defending Israel from Gaza, Lebanon. It is not something that the United States needs very much. The United States has a small number of batteries of Iron Dome, and that defends deployed forces. But to defend the U.S. homeland, as the president wants to do, you need something completely different. You're defending against rockets not launched from Canada or Mexico, or that I know of, but you're defending against rockets that are launched from North Korea, from China, from Russia, possibly, potentially. And you need something far more complex than Iron Dome to shoot it down. What the president is looking at is something that probably would be called space-based intercept. You bring up a whole bunch of interceptors into outer space, and the whole intercept will take place outer space. So if you want to call it Iron Dome or you want to call it Fred, doesn't make a difference. It's not Iron Dome. But the chances of it succeeding are excellent. The U.S. has a tremendous amount of engineers and gumption.
That is amazing. Thank you for that explainer, Ari. So when you look at what that would be able to handle, you're talking about something that would be able to protect America from rockets as far as Korea.
We're talking about Korea and points west. China's even farther. That's the threats America has to look at, are near-peer threats. Things like Gaza and Hezbollah, that's just too small. That's minor league, United States of America.
And do you think that the U.S. has the capabilities to come up with something to handle those threats as far as China? You said that, it would be much different than what Israel has for those very reasons. Tell me about the engineering that goes into something like that.
Well, I'll tell you, I worked together with Raytheon. I was actually the manager of Raytheon from our company, and in a project called David Sling. And Raytheon did a whole bunch of meaningful stuff. They designed a computer. They designed a whole bunch of other stuff. They have a tremendous cadre of scientists there. That was about 10 years ago. I don't believe anything has changed. The United States has some amazing scientists. If the government decides to fund this to how much is necessary, then you guys are going to do something that's going to blow everything out of the water. I have absolutely no suspicion otherwise.
I love it. Wow. You know what I'm thinking is whether or not this is going to spawn a whole new group of investors investing in, related things, related technology. We've talked a lot about drones, and we will watch the drone industry. Anduril Industries is, of course, an important American drone maker. But with regard to the actual other defense items or technology that could be used around something like this, Ari, tell me about that. Do you think this spawns a whole new investment on the public side to invest in defense technology?
Oh, absolutely, because there's a whole new slew of technologies that are needed to do this sort of thing. Most difficult one is, believe it or not the interceptor. It's not the launcher. The most difficult thing is even not getting it into outer space. The most difficult thing is controlling everything. It's understanding what we call a sky picture. You got to know when you're shooting an Iron Dome, you got to know who's firing on you, how many, which is a good guy, which is a bad guy. What's that 777 landing at the airport? Can't shoot that down. Imagine doing.
I have X Spaces open. If you would like to listen through X Spaces, please go ahead.
All of that in outer space. There's so much more to take care of, and there's so much more that could go wrong, and you have to take account of all these things. If you can solve that problem in outer space, then you can use it on the ground for a whole bunch of other control problems. Controlling fires, controlling electric grids, controlling everything. That's the secret.
I love it. I love it. And when you look at why, companies like Palantir have been so successful, This is why, because they have been able to find the right investments into defense technology that have become incredible growth stories. So thank you for that assessment. I love all of this and where we're going. We're going to keep a spotlight on this program in terms of investing around this. Let me get your take on what went on over the weekend. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is praising President Trump as the greatest friend that Israel ever had in the White House. The two leaders, of course, met in Washington last week, and President Trump's State Department notified Congress on Friday about its plans to sell more than $7 billion of new weapons to Israel. Ari, talk to us about the impact of this arms sale, the impact on Israel, as, of course, we saw 3 more hostages released on Saturday. What a story. They look emaciated and horrible after all of their time in captivity. We hope that these talks are not stalled between Israel and Hamas and we can get the rest of the hostages home. But give us your thoughts on the impact on Israel with this $7 billion arms sale.
So let me tell you, someone asked me about a week ago, is the United States giving Israel all the arms it needs in order to defend itself? And my answer was yes, but Israel will not win a war only getting defensive arms. The United States, since October 23rd, has been providing us with everything we need for air and missile defense. We had at the beginning a lot of weapons for offense, bombs, precision-guided munitions, missiles. That petered down as the war went on. There became caveats, and we heard a lot of, if you guys don't go into Khan Yunis, then such and such will happen. And if you don't go to Rafah, such, and there, if you do, there will be penalties to pay. What the Trump administration is doing is it is enabling Israel the weapons that it needs in order to win the war, because there is a difference between not losing a war and winning a war. You win a war by imposing force against the enemy. You impose your will. What we did in Gaza, what we did in Lebanon, pushed the terrorists away. We created a buffer. We cleaned it out. People are moving back. It's a totally different kettle of fish than it was before. And how did we do that? Using large American weapons to clear large areas. We had D9 bulldozers, American, that led the charge, pushed away IEDs, pushed away people. And with this kind of weaponry, only with this kind of weaponry can we win the war. That's why I'm so excited about what the Trump administration is doing.
Well, you're right. I mean, look, I don't know what the goal was from the Biden administration, putting all of these limitations on Israel. And by the way, after saying don't go into Rafah, luckily Israel went into Rafah because that's where the terrorists were. Ari, it's good to see you. We have the spotlight on all of that, and we so appreciate your expertise. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
All righty. So that's U.S. version of Iron Dome, Golden Dome, or whatever Trump's going to call it. This is really going all the way back to even the Reagan days with Star Wars, and there was also a missile shield that was being developed under Bush Jr. So a lot of technology has advanced in being able to develop these missile shields since the 2000, since 2000. So, it's about time. And I wouldn't be surprised that that's a big reason why the United States wants Greenland and wants Canada, even though there's this bolstering and being bombastic by President Trump about turning Canada into a state and all this stuff. But there's a strategic reason. There's a missile defense strategic reason to have Canada into the United States orbit and also Greenland. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support my work and also help support your health. Get the structural nano silver soaps that I offer. I have it in charcoal tea tree, peppermint, lemongrass, and there's one other. I forgot what it is. I have to look it up. But please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great structural nano silver soaps. I believe I have 4 different versions on the store. So please take a look at that. Get a couple or a few for your household. They're awesome products. They're very high quality. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. If you use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. All right. It's bothering me. What is the actual, what's the other version that I have? It's lemongrass. Oh, lavender. All right. See, it's charcoal tea tree, peppermint, lavender, and lemongrass. Those are the versions that I have on the store. All right, now I used to have oatmeal spice, but that was discontinued. The manufacturing facility discontinued that product. Now, what I want to take a look at is, this was 12 hours ago, about the 2,400 documents by JFK for the JFK assassination.
Welcome back and alive now. I'm Austin Westfall. This week, the FBI is saying that it discovered 2,400 new records related to the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. This is happening as federal agencies are working to comply with President Trump's executive order last month to release thousands of files. Those files have not been released yet, but the FBI says it's working to transfer the newly found records to the National Archives in order for the administration to release them and include these new documents in the declassification process. You know, I'm going to have to talk about this with James Robinall. He's our friend and presidential historian. 2,400 records, James. How do that many documents get discovered? And does that mean that they were missing before?
Yeah, I mean, this was a big surprise because if you read my piece in Vanity Fair, my interview with Jefferson Morley, who I consider to be the real expert on all this stuff, he said, you know, the most looked for documents are CIA documents, and they're the ones that are the most redacted, and a lot of them have to do with Oswald in Mexico. So the fact that the FBI now comes out with 2,400 records is a huge surprise, and one that, you know, we're gonna have to figure out what happened here. But I gotta tell you, way back when this all happened and these records were created, and the Warren Commission investigated and so forth, I understand there was a need for intelligence agencies and the FBI to protect sources, methods, and so forth. We're 60 years later, and there was an order of Congress in '92 to start releasing this stuff in full. It was all supposed to be out by 2017. So the fact that somebody's finding 2,400 documents means that one of two things. It means that people didn't look very hard, or they knew about these documents, but they felt constrained to not be able to release them until they got a presidential order telling them to do so. So either way, it's a huge surprise, and it's going to be very interesting to see what's in this group.
Yeah, so what's your feel of the situation? What's your gut feeling? Since an extra 2,000 documents have been found right ahead of this release, could that indicate that something more substantive might come of them?
Yes, I think you know, there's a likelihood there's something important in those documents. But it also tells me the other thing that we know. We know that there are 3,500 documents that have been collected under the law, sitting at the National Archives, that have been redacted, you know, people's names marked out, and some of them with full pages redacted, which is astonishing given all the time that's passed. But what we also know is that there are a lot of documents that have not been collected under the law. These are good examples. And it means that there has to be a true effort by these agencies to really find the documents that are in their possession and to go back and to really release this stuff. Now that they've been ordered to do so under this executive order, it is time for this stuff to come forward. And we're going to see, I think, additional documents that we didn't expect to see and that we didn't know about, because you don't know what you don't know about. And this is a good example of that. But I think it's not tip of the iceberg, but I think we're going to see a lot of this where people are going to come up with new documents that nobody knew these documents existed.
Let's talk about some of the folks in Congress that are leading the charge to getting these things released. Florida Representative Anna Paulina Luna is the head of a new congressional task force that's aimed at, quote, exposing federal secrets, unquote. She said this week that she believes that two shooters were involved in the JFK assassination. That's an elected official going on the record with that, James. So given what you've researched, is it fair for people to not believe the official narrative that JFK was killed by a lone gunman?
Yeah, I mean, if if you listen to some of my interviews with you, you'll know that I do think that there probably were multiple shooters, given Paul Landis's revelation that he found what everybody calls this magic bullet or the single bullet behind where Kennedy was sitting. So I think there's no other explanation for that than that there were multiple shooters, and we could get into that. But the point is, it always has been a difficult sell to say that there was a single bullet that went through and caused 7 injuries to JFK and to Governor Conley and came out pristine. It's always been a difficult sell. Very few people believe it. But let me just say this. When you're working in this area, there are so many people who believe in conspiracies and crazy and wild stuff without any proof at all, that people have to be very careful and not speculate. So for her to say she thinks there's 2 shooters, that's speculation at this point that needs to be backed up with more than just, I feel that way about it, because a lot of people feel that, there was a conspiracy and different people were behind it. But this is an area where we have to be very careful. We have to be very fact-oriented, fact-based. And there are a lot of people, good people out there writing about this. I've told you about the Mary Farrell Foundation and Jefferson Morley and JFK Facts. These people are very careful about what they say, and they don't get out beyond their skis. You got to be careful about that.
So and again, a big if here, we haven't learned anything concrete yet, but let's roll with the 2-shooter hypothesis. Where does that put Lee Harvey Oswald?
It is a fascinating question. And I showed you there's a new book out that's called The Oswald Puzzle. It just literally came out this year about who is he? And was he really involved in this? Was he set up? Was he a patsy? There's evidence to support all of that he may not even been the one who pulled the trigger. But he likely was involved in this. He likely was a shooter, but there likely were other people who were involved who also probably were shooters. But again, we have to see more proof about all this. But what is true is that Lee Harvey Oswald was 24 years old. He had been followed before the assassination by the CIA, we now know, by 6 different operations having eyes on him and paying attention to him, including his trip to Mexico City 6 weeks before the assassination. So there's a lot more to put together on this story about what happened than we know about. And hopefully with taking a lot of these redactions off, we'll start to put more of that puzzle together.
So James, this is, 1963 is when the assassination happened. Why does the Trump administration put this in such high regards? Why do they think this is an important issue for the new age?
Yeah, I asked Jefferson Morley that question about why the MAGA group is very interested in this. And of course, you'll see that the Congresswoman's committee is also dealing with Epstein and with other things that I don't think belong in the same category as the JFK assassination or the RFK or MLK assassinations. I think that the group feels strongly about it, the MAGA group feels strongly about it because they are very suspicious of what they call the deep state. You have people like Kash Patel writing about it, and they see this as like the ultimate story of a deep state secret that we don't know about, and we need the transparency. So I think it's more of a broad range. We don't trust the government. We want transparency, and we want somebody to go in there and just say, all right, let the sun shine in. Let's see what this is all about. And I think it resonated with them. It obviously was important also in getting Bobby Kennedy on board for Trump to make this commitment to release all these papers.
Do we have any clarity on when we'll actually see them?
We have clarity on a couple things. One is we know that the plan for JFK was due within 14 days at the White House, and they reached that goal. We haven't seen that plan yet, though. So first thing we got to see is the plan. What are they saying they're going to do? And really, that should become transparent very quickly. It shouldn't sit around, or this thing is going to start to look like same old, same old. We know that the MLK and RFK document plan is supposed to come out in early March. That's 45 days later after the executive order. And then in terms of the documents themselves, of these 2,400 documents that the FBI just turned over, one Trump insider is quoted as saying to Axios that you may just see these documents show up online. They're kind of fed up with, these agencies blocking, the release of these records. So they were saying, you may just see them come out. I don't think that's going to happen, but it could happen. And it may be that we reach that point where the administration just starts releasing documents and says enough of the blocking at this point.
Yeah, we'll be talking to you once we do learn more about when it will be released. And good idea, by the way, for anybody who wants to check out all of our interviews, go on YouTube, search James Robenall, Austin Westfall. We've talked about this thing at nauseam. We've done so many conversations about it. So much good information, James. As always, good to see you. We'll talk soon.
Great.
All right, well, let's take a look at something else here. I want to go over the findings of what was in the Chinese spy balloon. But before we do that, let me just plug two products here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Max 14 or the Max 35. It's the first pillar of a 4-pillar core protocol that I have to improve your health. The first pillar, boost up your immune system by taking Max 14, Max 35. The second pillar, take C60, soak up free radicals. Third pillar, take turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans. Bring down inflammation. Fourth pillar, boomer boost. That boosts up your metabolism and increases your energy. So with that first pillar, to help to improve your immune system, take Max 14, take a teaspoon a day, swish in your mouth, gargle about 20 seconds, and then swallow. Do that every day. If you're not feeling well because of the cold season, take a tablespoon or two, do the same thing, and then go back to your maintenance after you feel better, but just taking a teaspoon. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Max 14 or Max 35, take it every day, take a teaspoon every day. But if you're not feeling so well during the cold season, take a tablespoon or two until you feel better, and then go back to your maintenance. That way you're boosting up your immune system, you're improving your oral cavity, your oral pharynx, you're maintaining that mucosal barrier, but not just that, you're improving the epithelial tissue in your oral cavity and your oral pharynx. And when you do that, you are improving your immune system. All right, with that, let's go to this Chinese balloon.
I do want to head to some of the other big stories that we are following, and you might remember this video right here on your screen. 2 years after a mysterious Chinese spy balloon was shot down off the coast of South Carolina, we are learning new details about what was apparently inside. The balloon was shot down by the U.S. military over the Atlantic Ocean back on February 4th of 2023 after flying over Alaska, across the U.S., and then over to the East Coast. A report published by Newsweek now states the balloon contained technology from at least 5 American companies. The report states inside the balloon were a satellite communication module, sensors, and other sophisticated surveillance equipment, some of which was held in a foam cooler. The FBI has not responded to any questions about the report. Now, back when the balloon was first spotted, the Chinese government claimed it was a weather balloon that flew off course, but U.S. intelligence agencies found it was actually being used for spying. U.S. intelligence officials have said that the information captured by the balloon was not successfully relayed to China. I do want to discuss really all of this here and the latest developments, so let's bring in a guest again to discuss all of it. We do have Patrick Cronin, the Asia Pacific Security Chair over at the Hudson Institute. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here and help discuss this all really just a little bit further as we work to piece it all together.
You're welcome.
Of course. And first off, I do want to ask you, overall, what do you make of the contents here that were reported to be inside that balloon 2 years later?
Well, my first reaction is how little we still know publicly about the details. We do know a few specifics that the Newsweek article has now unearthed, but that's mostly because they've been talking with some of the authors or people with access to a 75-page exhaustive analysis of the contents of that espionage balloon that was shot down 2 years ago.
And so, as you've mentioned, we found out that this U.S. technology, cheap technology in many cases, the Iridium signals burst module that is like a sat phone, a cheap sat phone, sitting in a phone cooler, which is very cheap technology indeed. Think of keeping your iPhone dry. But this is technology when used for malign purposes and put together in an integrated system, and then maybe used as one facet of a multi-layered a sort of global surveillance system. The Chinese are able to pick up a range of intelligence. So they were able to obviously have images, think close-up imagery, better than satellite imagery. They're able to steal and intercept signals. They're able to detect their own electronic emissions, including over military bases and installations. And the fact that they claim it was a weather balloon, that sounds like just a typical cover story that an intelligence agency like the Ministry of State Security or the People's Liberation Army would use just to deny that they are spying on the United States. The fact that it blew over the United States, the continental United States, whether that was an accident or not, in terms of the weather driving it off course, well, the reports were that it was headed for Hawaii, and we've seen these balloons, similar balloons over Guam. We've seen them over allies and friends countries, South Korea, over Japan, over Taiwan. So this is a systematic program that the PLA has been trying to exploit, develop, and especially over the past decade. And yet here we are 2 years later after this very dramatic shoot down of the balloon, and we still are eager to find out much more than we know now.
Do we know overall if these balloons do pose any sort of threat to the United States? Do we really have that answer just yet?
Well, we have contradictory statements coming out of the government, right? So the last administration claimed that whatever data collection this balloon was able to undertake was not transmitted back to China. That was what was called a high certainty intelligence finding under the Biden administration. But I'm not sure that should be the last word about whether they were successful with this. And it's certainly not the last word about this balloon surveillance program. The fact that we have heard so little about the details of this, including even now with this excellent Newsweek report, but still one that's sketchy, and it's based on a verbal discussion of a report, not the actual 75-page detailed report, we're still left wondering how much of an espionage threat this really was. This was, just because it's using cheap technology, though, doesn't mean it wasn't a sophisticated espionage attempt, in the sense that we live in a world of ubiquitous, cheap digital technology. And if you can use that and string that together for malign purposes and get access, as the Chinese have been doing through this near space access, 20 kilometers above countries, above the United States, you're in a sweet spot to kind of get wide view technology coverage, and to go over places where the United States government didn't think you'd be going, and not to mention other governments who don't have the same early warning systems, the same ability to sort of counter surveillance. So this was a wide a wide-eyed moment for the United States intelligence community and military community to realize this is a bigger, even if it's a cheap challenge. We don't want to use F-22s to be shooting down every little cheap spy balloon, but the spy balloons, just because they're cheap, relatively cheap, doesn't make them less of a threat.
And when you look on the left-hand side of your screen, you can see that video, and it's hard to believe it was back in February of 2023. We're talking 2 years ago. Do other countries use these kind of spy balloons? Do we have that answer?
Well, we know balloons have been used for a couple hundred years for military battlefields and for spying. We certainly know that the United States, Russia, Iran, North Korea have all used balloons for a variety of reasons, to collect data, or for, if communications were to fail, for emergencies. There are a lot of different possible uses, but there's no doubt that it's not just China using them. And yet, if any individual just does a Google Scholar kind of search of academic articles written by Chinese scholars in the last 2 or 3 years on stratospheric aerostats, for instance, you'd be amazed at how many Chinese scientists seem to be working on these issues. And we know that this is a Chinese program that really, in the first part of this century, started to develop. They started to write a lot of papers in the mid-2000s, and by 2015, they were clearly starting to experiment with putting these systems up in the air, and they've been refining that program ever since.
Again, you touched on this here, but what can the U.S. kind of learn from all of this? I'm sure they are still studying the contents of the balloon even 2 years later, and probably will be for a while. They're also, I'm sure, keeping an eye out for any other balloons that might fly over the U.S. So what can actually be learned from this?
Well, the first thing to recognize is that this technology is to heighten export controls and to make sure that the export licenses for any technology are restricted to people who are not end users that are going to try to kill us or to try to defeat us in a conflict. That is, you don't want to send them to the Chinese military. We're not really going to know that information. There are too many cutout organizations, too many indirect groups, too many third parties that can intercede. Think of the terror problem we're facing right now in terms of how do you control these things. So let's recognize that while we want to tighten export controls, it's never going to be adequate for this kind of basic technology, which is ubiquitous, is widely available, and is not just developed here by the United States, and it's in the hands of private sectors around the world. So we have to defend ourselves better, right? We have to make sure that we understand that our communications, our electronic emissions, our physical airfields and nuclear silos are protected from the kinds of surveillance that we put deception in decoys and use other ways to essentially mask what we're doing around the most sensitive defense and security installations, critical infrastructure. And we can do that at relatively low cost. We don't have to spend a fortune on some new sort of scheme. There are cheaper ways to essentially use maskirovka, deception techniques here to make it difficult for the Chinese or any other potential adversary to know exactly what we're doing, to hear what we're doing, to see what we're doing.
All right, Patrick, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. Anything else you want to add before I let you go?
Well, one thing I would just add is that we don't know to what extent this intelligence might relate to flying over the nuclear silos, but there is an ongoing competition, an element of the competition between the U.S. and China in the nuclear domain, because we see China both, for the first time in decades, expanding their nuclear force, and maybe wanting to learn more from how we essentially have constructed our own nuclear forces so they can build them one better, if you will. And this is the revelation of the large new building that's 10 times the size of the Pentagon with nuclear shelters that the Chinese are building now outside of Beijing, as well as the missile silos in Western China that they're building. And then finally, I'd relate this to the anti-corruption sort of tactics of Xi Jinping that have taken down 2 of his former defense ministers and a slew of other senior officers in just the last 3 years. And I relate this to that because the Strategic Support Force, which Xi Jinping set up as one of his first innovations in military reform 10 years ago, was aimed at essentially integrating these new high technologies together so that you could move from kind of the mechanized warfare idea to informationized, to intelligentized warfare, cyber, space, electronic communications. And yet he had to reorganize that again after this balloon incident. And maybe that relates to both corruption or not understanding whether these scientists and these geeks, if you will, who are working for the PLA were clearing everything that they were doing. So there are a lot of questions that we don't know about. What does this really mean about what China wants on the battlefield? We know they want escalation dominance. They want to deny us the ability to keep potentially having nuclear escalation dominance so that we can intervene on behalf of, say, Taiwan in a crisis. They want to deny that. They actually want to achieve it. But in the meantime, as they organize and spend and modernize, they're creating new centers of corruption and potentially elements of the military that are detached from the party leadership and from Xi Jinping's command. And those raise the vulnerabilities on the Chinese side. So we and maybe the intelligence community has not released more of this report because they don't want the Chinese to know how much we know about their systems, about their problems and vulnerabilities, or conversely, how much we don't know, and therefore give them another head start about how to refine their ability to spy on us and potentially to shape a battlefield if a conflict were to break out.
All right, Patrick Cronin, thank you again for taking the time to join us here and help break it all down. We appreciate it.
Task force on the declassification.
What's going on in Al Jazeera here?
Almost morosely realize how outgunned, how outnumbered, and how outflanked those that are trying to raise the profile of these questions are. So I'd love to know, as you sort of look at the situation now, do you see anything that is hopeful?
You know, Steve, I said very clearly in the book that it's very likely, and you know, it has become more likely with Trump's victory, that Israel will succeed in ethnic cleansing Gaza and maybe even the West Bank. And that horrific possibility is closer to being realized today. You know, obviously, Israeli far-right politicians have been wishing, openly proclaiming their desires for this kind of outcome for a very long time. And obviously, you know, October 7 came for them as a great opportunity. And again, they were openly talking about it right from the beginning that, you know, this is the moment to accomplish many of our, you know, long-defined objectives here. So this is, you know, a moment for them, and obviously they are ecstatic that Donald Trump is supporting their endeavor. In fact, Donald Trump is now in the driving seat in many ways. But I think I would like to point to something else, which is that this progress, you know, it's perhaps easier to describe Israel's trajectory in this context, because I think we are looking at a much more extensive radicalization across the Western world. The kind of sentiment that is now emerging, political sentiment stoked by mainstream politicians, often not just by far-right politicians, against immigrants, against religious minorities. This is something that has been in the making for some time, and I think this kind of moral and legal arson, this kind of bonfire that Israel has lit in the Middle East of norms, law, international morality, just about everything that we decided to make sacrosanct after 1945. I think this process is now beginning to happen in various other parts of the Western world. And we see that most strikingly in the last 2 weeks of the new Trump administration. It is also happening in much more insidious ways in places like the United Kingdom, when Keir Starmer said, you know, the Israelis had every right to cut off power and water to the Palestinians. You know, this is a human rights lawyer speaking, you know, in sort of open violation of every kind of human rights law we can think of. He was preparing the stage for when he becomes prime minister and declares war on some of the poorest and weakest people in the country. We are looking at a much more extensive breakdown here than just, you know, what has happened in Gaza. And it's very likely to happen in the West Bank.
Let me just ask you briefly, and finally, Pankaj, I find it so interesting that you're an Indian observer of this, and it's just, I'll tell people it's an extremely powerful and important book, and I want to congratulate you on that. In my book, India is the most significant rising power in the world. You know, China is important, but China's population is decreasing. India's is growing. India's economy is growing too. India is going to be one of the major norm setters in the entire world. And we look at, what do you think the government in India is learning from this moment as we see what unfolds with Gaza?
Well, I think it's played its cards badly so far. I think they sort of, you know, in the Indian government went along with the fantasy that there was going to be some kind of a normalization deal between Israeli and Saudi Arabia under American auspices, and they would benefit from such a deal, and become this kind of the sort of the rival to China, but the preferred rival to China in the Middle East. Now, of course, we know the situation is very different. That so many of Israel's Arab neighbors are extremely nervous, extremely wary about what might happen there next. The deal is off the table unless and until there is a Palestinian state, which we know is a remote possibility at this point. So I think the Indian Prime Minister is going to the United States again to try and persuade Donald Trump to be less punitive in his tariffs on India. But we know these kinds of persuasive tactics don't really work with someone like Donald Trump. So I think India, having supported Israel too explicitly in these in the last 15 months, and not really paying enough attention to public feelings or public opinion in large parts of the non-Western world, has lost out on both moral leadership and also, in a way, the kind of diplomatic leadership that countries like South Africa or Brazil have assumed. And of course, the long-term beneficiary of all this is China.
The author is Pankaj Mishra, and his latest book is The World After Gaza, A History. I really recommend that you read it. Thank you so much, Pankaj, for joining us today.
Thank you, Steve.
So what's the bottom line? Much of the world has become indifferent to Palestinian suffering, and U.S. President Donald Trump is now mainstreaming ethnic cleansing in his comments that he wants all 2 million people in Gaza shipped out somewhere with no right of return, and the U.S. owning the Gaza Strip. We're at a point in history where lessons of the past, especially about the banality of evil, are being boldly and purposely ignored. We know which way we are pointed, and it's not a place where Palestinian justice will be achieved, nor Israeli security. Our conscience as people, once informed by a belief in human rights and dignity, will be deeply stained and damaged by what's unfolding now. And that's the bottom line.
I have a different take on that, but everyone knows my opinion. But it's important to have other perspectives. I think that having a show that also plays a different perspective than the actual host of the show is important. Now, most people, when they play a show, they'll only play one side, and it's the side that they're biased to. I tried to play both sides, but I give you my opinion on the issue, and everyone knows how I feel about this. We're moving towards very tumultuous times where there are different soul roots that are going to be tested, and there will be a blessing and a curse depending on what you decide. Not only individuals, but countries. Countries get energy levels, get an energy source through a soul root. And depending on how they are going to align themselves as we move towards this Messianic age, as we move into the age of Aquarius, certain groups will get blessed and certain groups will get cursed. This is a biblical battle between Jacob and Esau. And Esau has to go through a redemption and have and go through tshuva is the term, but repent and rectify. And then what happens is that soul root will split, and that Esau will have a positive and negative. The positive is the intellect of Esau. The negative is the body of Esau. And that animalistic instinct in the body of Esau will die, because the Satan is attached to survive, is attached to the soul root of Esau negative. But right now, Esau is still together. The head and the body are together. But as we move through these tumultuous times, the splitting will take place. And as that splitting of the head and the body, there is this energy that starts to build up. Just like if you take a molecule and you start covalent bonds and you start pulling that apart, there's an energy that's starting to build up. When it's together, it's gone down to the lowest energy level to maintain the molecule, but to pull it apart, you need a lot of energy. It's the same idea. To pull the head off the body, it's going to take a lot of energy. And there's this tumultuous eruption in society. There's convulsions in social systems because of this intertwining with the soul roots of Esau. Now, Satan is attached to Esau, but Esau is positive and negative. But as the head starts to split off and that energy is building up to allow for that separation, Satan's losing energy because some of that energy is moving towards the positive. Satan's attached to Esau, but it's attached to the negative side. So once the full attachment takes place, the head is fully decapitated, from the body. Satan isn't getting any life force from the positive of Esau, only the negative. And when that happens, when the big battle happens between the alignment of the soul roots, positive Esau, Jacob, Ishmael, and they kill the negative Esau, then they kill Satan. And that's what's playing out on a metaphysical level. Now, we see this in our plane, space, three-dimensional space and time, with world events. But there's other dimensions that are mapped that we're not seeing, or most people don't see, that are the dynamics of what I'm talking about, these metaphysical dynamics. So when they try to use logic and they try to use international policy through the United Nations, this Westphalian logic, what I call the Westphalian logic, they try to use that to prevent the splitting of Esau and the killing of Satan. Satan's using these institutions like the UN, the nations, the 70 nations. There's 71 nations. All right. There's not countries, 71 nations. All right, biblically. There's the Jewish nation, the Israeli nation, and there's 70 other nations. Now, other countries may feed into a nation, and each nation has a soul root, a different composition. They come from different lineages from Noah, but there's some gematria with 70, with Abraham and all this stuff. So it's a combination of Abraham and Noah with the gematria of how these nations are created. But the point is that there are 70 other nations. Now, there are more countries than nations. The countries feed into a particular nation region. The nation gets the energy, this Kav energy that's coming from God. All right. And these nations are going to be making decisions. Some of them are going to align themselves with Esau. Some of them will fracture because of the positive and negative of Esau. Some of them will stay negative Esau. Some of them will completely go to positive Esau. But there's going to be a fracturing that's taking place, and an alignment within the 70 nations. These nations, again, going all the way back to these roots, these energy roots, going all the way back to Noah. And this was all played. This has all been written. This is not, just me making this up. This is written down in biblical texts for thousands of years. This is nothing new. This is, if you're a biblical scholar, which I'm not, but if you're a biblical scholar and you start looking things up in prophets and writings, some of it's in the 5 books of Moses, I don't know if some of this is in Revelations because I don't read the New Testament, but it's also in the Zohar and in, you know, ancient Kabbalistic texts. So these things have been written down for over 2,000 years, what I'm talking about. And so when everything starts to realign and the big event happens and Satan dies and the Messianic age is ushered in, then what you're going to have is that the 70 nations will provide peace offerings to the temple when the temple's rebuilt, what I call the machine. And the machine gets rebooted by the Kohanim. That's where all this is going. But all the Westphalian logic from the UN, oh, you can't do that, you can't do that. Just think about it. If the Bible's true, which I think a lot of people in the world would say it is, if the Bible's true, how can the UN supersede what God wanted? How could the UN be so hubris to say they're going to supplant God and the Bible? So you must follow Westphalian logic. This regional war that's going on in the Middle East, this is not Westphalian. This is not World War I. This is not World War II. This is not World War III. This is exactly the moving forward to the Messianic age. Some of these other wars, those were conflicts within the, you know, between the nations or the countries that led to new border systems. But what's going on in the Middle East is something much bigger, and not only that, it's playing out like it was written 2,000 years ago or over 2,000 years ago. Some of the texts are over 3,000 years ago. People need to pay attention. Now, that's my perspective on it. You know, but some channels, they would only focus on the Westphalian or maybe only focus on the Messianic. But I think it's important to see both sides of this. But there's a big component when it comes to what's going on in the Middle East and the alignment of Jacob and Ishmael and the alignment of, you know, Saudi Arabia with Israel, the alignment of the United States with Israel, the alignment of the United States with Saudi Arabia, the alignment of Iran with Syria and Lebanon, and potentially Egypt, what's going on with Jordan. Lots of big things are happening. And like I said in 2023, right after October 7th, I think it was October 10th when I said this, of 2023, that this is ushering in a new age that was written down a long time ago, and it's tied to soul roots. And there's going to be this great alignment of the soul roots, and Esau is going to be killed. The negative Esau will die. Now, Esau died in the Bible. He died from beheading. His head was chopped off. Now, what it was is his intellect was allowed to be buried in a cave with the patriarchs. His body was not, because his body is animalistic. His body is tainted. His body is not, is full of sin, while his head was allowed to do repentance and enjoin Jacob. Jacob and Esau were always supposed to be together, but Esau was jealous of Jacob. So there's this great battle that's been going on for eons, where Esau grows in stature and in wealth and in power, and Jacob shrinks. And when Jacob grows in power and wealth, Esau shrinks. And we've seen this going back and forth for thousands of years. Now we're at an age where it gets to the point where what physically happened in the Bible with Esau, with the beheading of Esau, ends up happening to the full soul root of the whole world. So what was happening in the Bible with the killing of Esau is a microcosm or a prototype of a bigger event that's taking place now. But it's important that, you know, play both sides of it, you know, examine both sides of this. There is the Westphalian look at this, where it's not metaphysical, and then the ones that look at it from a metaphysical point of view. I think that I am right, that the metaphysical has a lot to explain what is going on in today's events, especially in the Middle East. But it's important to, you know, also play the other side. Okay. With that said, let's play. What's going on here? This is MSNBC, where federal workers are reacting to the mass firings by Trump.
Is a union steward at the American Federation of Government Employees, and Elisa Tafty, a federal worker who is also president of the American Federation of Government Employees Local 2211. We're not specifying the agencies where they work due to fear of reprisals. Elisa, Paul, thank you both very much.
Before I continue on with this video, you know, thank you very much for adding comments and listening on X Spaces. If you want to do a call in and you want to ask a question through X Spaces, you can just request the mic and you can, you know, ask a question or tell me your perspective. We have someone that posted something where they were talking about Santorini and the earthquakes. And I said in a previous video, maybe two, and it's a great comment, that the naked archaeologist, he's a filmmaker from Canada, all right? And years ago, he did a film, he did a documentary on the Exodus of Egypt and tried to find, through archaeological evidence, the actual Exodus. All right, and it's tied to Santorini, actually. So it's interesting that we're starting to hear rumbles of Santorini. I've been saying that the world is in Egypt. We're slaves in Egypt, but it's at a world level now, and that this messianic age is to allow the world in general to be lifted up to go to, quote, the promised land and be free, to be more spiritual and to not be shackled by the slavery that we have with our system today, but at a world level. Now, again, like I said, with the prototype, with the story of Esau, you know, and his head being chopped off, leads to a larger big event of all the different soul roots of Esau living today. The same thing with the Exodus from Egypt. You had this prototype of the Jewish people leaving Egypt through the Exodus. There was hundreds of years of slavery, and, you know, there was supposed to be over 400 years of slavery, but it ended up to be 200 and something, and, you know, but that's getting into the details of it. But the thing is there were hundreds of years of slavery, and there was a major exodus for the Jewish people out of Egypt. The same thing is happening at the world level now for the Messianic age. We're all in Egypt. Egypt is a bigger concept. It's not just a little place, little country on the African continent. No, it's much bigger. Egypt represents something. It's not just a country. It represents a concept. And we are all enslaved in Egypt. And through this diaspora that the Jews are going through, And during this diaspora, we're trying to get the world is trying to align itself to be ready for the Messianic age, but also the Jewish people have to get more spiritual to be able to know how to reboot the machine. During this whole process, there are going to be trials and tribulations, and there's going to be signs and wonders, and there's going to be plagues. And these plagues don't happen day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. These plagues may happen over many year arc, which I think is happening today. All right. The scholars say that the 10 plagues of Egypt that everyone knows about were actually over a 1-year period, not 10 days. Well, the same thing, if everything is expanded out because of a fractal, then what may have taken a year of plagues during the story of Exodus could be multiple years for the global Exodus. And I think that's what we're seeing here. And I think the comment about Santorini's earthquakes is a data point that suggests that that what I'm saying is right, that we are a bigger event that's just as profound as the Exodus from Egypt. And some of the things that are going to another thing that was happening with the Santorini explosion, the whole idea was that that region was a volcano and it blew up. That's the theory. And then when it blew up, then what happened was there was lots of ash in the air, and there was darkness, and there was a fire. There was fire within ice, which is how it's described. It's like there's a fire, but it's covered in ice. So it's like, and then there was hail, right? Maybe that's the ash, the fire of the ash, and then it's going way up in the atmosphere. It cools down as it's coming down, and it's like a hailstone, but inside it is a fire. Now, Kabbalistically, you know, there's this fire wrapped up in cold. All right, which you would think that the cold would just melt away because of the fire. So there's this kind of like miracle that's taking place. But I think what it is it's hot ash coming way up from. They were blown up way into the atmosphere, and it's coming down, and it's coming down as hail. But there's hot ash inside it. But that's just my interpretation. And maybe some other Kabbalists would interpret it differently. But the point here is that certain things are going to be similar. It's not going to be exact. These events that happened in Egypt during the plagues, they're going to rhyme. They're not going to be exact. You know, we're not going to have frogs, you know, hopping around everywhere in Manhattan. But something similar is going to happen. Something will rhyme with it. Something will rhyme with the blood. Something will rhyme with the locusts. Something will rhyme with the famine. Something will rhyme with the boils. Something will rhyme with the killing of the firstborn. It's not exact, but the magnitude will be much bigger. That's the key to understand this concept. And Santorini is a data point to suggest that what I'm saying is true. And again, I've been saying this since 2023, right after October 7th. You know, I think I said it on October 10th.
This evening, and putting a face to all those numbers I just read in that intro. I want to play, just to set the table here, play some sound from a man by the name of Russell Vogt. He was and is again the director of the Office of Management and Budget. And this is from a private speech he gave in 2023. Just listen to him talk about the federal bureaucracy. We'll talk about it on the other side.
We want the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected. We want, when they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. We want their funding to be shut down so that the EPA can't do all of the rules against our energy industry because they have no bandwidth financially to do so. We want to put them in trauma.
Mr. Asadebe, your reaction when you hear that?
I think it's disgusting and sad. As they attack federal employees, they're attacking the ability of the federal government to protect you out there when it comes to protecting you from companies dumping toxic chemicals in your water and your air, when it comes to veterans being able to get the health care that they need, when it comes to banks who take money out of people's bank accounts for not having enough money. It's the federal government that comes in and protects you. And that's exactly why they're tearing it down, because they want the ability to move freely, to have no one stopping them from making as much profit as they can. And we are here sticking it out to make sure that we continue to protect the American people.
Ms. Tofty, what is your reaction to hearing that?
I think it's pretty heartbreaking. Federal workers, we come into federal service because we have a commitment to doing good. We want to work for the American people. So the idea of demonizing the federal worker and really sort of putting them in this position where you want to terrify, you want to traumatize somebody who's committed their lives and their careers to doing good for the American people, and that's a little, it's heartbreaking.
You know, we're talking about people who have been fired. You're both still working. How are you doing with news, seemingly definitely on a daily basis, but sometimes on an hourly basis, that more colleagues in other agencies have been summarily let go?
Yeah, I've had that happen with my coworkers just yesterday, and it's awful. And as awful as that is, the thing that really, really hurts me is the fact that we're losing the ability to protect people in their day-to-day lives. We're losing the capacity to hold people accountable when they harm people. And when that happens, that's just a loss for the entire American public, no matter who you are or where you live. We're going to be seeing, unless people take action and respond, we're going to be seeing a lot of pain. It's starting with federal workers, but it's not going to stop there. It's going to trickle down to the private economy, and it's going to trickle down to everyday Americans everywhere. And the reason that I'm here, that Alyssa here is to say something, to get people to know what's going on and to take action while you still can. Because once these things are broken, it's very hard to fix them. And now's the time to respond.
Now, I'm not going to ask you to reveal which agency you're in, but take us inside. What is it like going into work now?
It's really hard. Everybody is really scared. It's hard to know sort of when it's going to hit you.
Just imagine working in corporate. For the ones that are watching, either the live stream, listening on X, or the ones that will be listening to the replays. Many people that are watching are working in corporate. There's restructuring in corporate. People worry about, their positions being cut, or they may reduce pay, or there's a restructuring, or there's a buyout, there's an M&A, there's a merger and acquisition, there's a spinoff. There's lots of instability in corporate. And some people in their careers have been laid off. Some people in their careers have, been let go and they're older and they have to worry about what they're going to do. But why should government employees be hiding under a desk and thinking that they're going to be getting a golden parachute with their pension? Well, other people in the private sector that pay for their positions through their taxation, why shouldn't they have also that stress? Now, I'm sure it's uncomfortable for these employees, but the thing is, they're going after agencies that are not effective, that are wasting money. So we're just supposed to continue waste money just so they have a job? That doesn't make much sense. They should be re-employed or deployed in other industries if they have those skill sets. If they need to upskill, so be it. But the thing is that we're just trying to reduce the waste, the wasteful spending. Government is wasting our tax dollars. Now we're getting close to paying taxes in the United States on January 15th. Do you really, when you write that check, if you have to pay taxes, are you going to really feel good when you're writing that check, knowing that the government is paying for condoms in foreign countries, having woke policies, pushing some sort of woke agenda in DEI? What about the nefarious activities that were going on with the USAID? What about Samantha Powell, who was running USAID? How did she become a multimillionaire? So not only is there nefarious things going on with the conduits within these funding mechanisms, but the people running it are making coin because of their knowledge. They go to the private sector or go into the nonprofit sector because of their knowledge, or they know where certain things are being funded, so they would be able to position their portfolio accordingly. How did Samantha Powers become a multimillionaire? Ask that question. Why did the USAID why wasn't the USAID, when asked by Congress to show receipts and to show transparency, they failed to do so? Because there's a lot of corruption. So what's wrong with cleaning house? We've had a government constantly getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. A company in the private sector does grow, but it also shrinks. It animalizes and cannibalizes based on market changes over time. If it's an older company, it's ebbed and flowed multiple times. Let's say for IBM. IBM has grown and shrunk, broken up and shrunk, and grown and shrunk and grown. You know, over time, that's what happens. Why doesn't government do that? Oh, they're protected because it's just easy to just rubber stamp your job in a remote setting and just not, you know, and not think that we, the people, will come and say, hey, we want efficiency. Doge is like manna from heaven. All right, that's Doge. We were talking about biblical, you know, the rhymes that, you know, that happened during the, you know, the book of Exodus. Well, the manna from heaven is Doge. We will be more productive. But I understand that people are worried that they might get laid off. But most likely, these people that are being laid off in these agencies, that agency probably doesn't be, we don't need as many people, or maybe we don't even need the agency at all. The government is bloated. It needs to go on a major diet, slim down. And that's the reason why I think that the government should go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get Boomer Boost. I want all the government employees out there, all the agencies, get this Boomer Boost so you lose weight, because we got a fat government. We got an obese government that's slow and ineffective.
When you're going to be put in a position where you lose your job, you lose your ability to pay your bills. But at the same time, we've been through a lot as federal workers, right? We've been through shutdowns. We've spent decades hearing sort of this rhetoric that is sort of this anti-federal worker rhetoric. So our resolve is pretty steely, and our commitment, again, like I said, to service, it's amazing what it sort of instills in you and the ability for you to sort of push on. So it's both a lot of fear, but it's a lot of sort of an absolute determination to stick it out and to continue to do for the American public what we committed to do when we took our oaths to protect the Constitution and sort of work for and protect the American people.
Mr. David, is this even legal? I've been asking this question since these firings and purges have started. So far, the answer has been a resounding, yeah, no, this is not legal. Is it legal? And if not, why are they still happening?
I could say as an attorney, none of this is legal. And that's part of the point. They want to destroy the idea that there's security or safety in federal employment. They want to move fast and break things as they come from the tech sector. And they're doing this so that people don't have a chance to respond. They're trying to clog up the courts to make sure that when they fire you, you don't have time to respond. And it's all part of a tactic to traumatize, as you already said. But there are responses, and we're here to talk about how people can take action and respond to these things.
So then how can people take action this time?
Yeah, so the public can, you can speak up for us. I think calling representatives, telling them that you think this is unacceptable, and urging them to speak up and to fight for us. I think that's really important. I think that for many of us, we like to sit back and we like to think, you know, that sort of intellectual exercise of if I was at a turning point in history, what would I do and how would I react? And I think the trouble is sometimes we fail to recognize when we are at a turning point in history, and we are at that point right now. And so I really urge everybody to act. There's rallies and there's actions that are starting to happen all over the country. The sort of movement is beginning to be able to organize and speak out. I think anybody in any city, any town in the country can tap into that, because showing up and using your voice and speaking out for us is really important, because the goal here is for us to protect the services that the government provides for the American people. And every single person in this country is going to be impacted on this in so many ways throughout the course of each day that they don't even realize, because it has been an efficient system. It has worked so well that it's invisible to everybody, but it's going to start falling apart as they start saying, as Musk said, that they want to sort of take us out, take out entire agencies.
Well, one more question for both of you real quickly. As I mentioned in the intro, you're both members of your unions. How's the union helping workers in your union?
Sure. As a union steward, I'm the one who is communicating with both employees and management and telling people what's going on, just keeping people informed. And as members of Doge and the administration are attacking federal employees, we're the ones saying that your work does matter, what you do matters, and you should stick it out. We're enforcing our collective bargaining agreements however we can, because as much as they try to bypass those and to take away those rights, we still have them. And when we come together in unions and in solidarity, we can defend our rights. And that's what I want everyone to help us do. Over the next week, on the 19th, we're going to have a day of action. That's going to be nationwide rallies, actions that you can take in your local community to support federal workers and to protect your services.
Okay, and we're going to have to leave it there. Paul, Asadebe, Elisa, Tafti, thank you both very much for coming to the Saturday show.
Just to remind the audience that's watching live stream on YouTube, I have X Spaces open. If you want to ask a question or give me your perspective on the news, please ask for the mic. I'll pass it on. This is supposed to be interactive to get the audience opinion. If you prefer to just type it into the text box, and then maybe I'll answer a question or just restate what you mentioned live, that would be great too. This is supposed to be interactive. But again, it's X Spaces on my larger X channel for the ones that are watching the live stream on YouTube or on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Before we go to the next video, let me plug a couple products here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen peptides. Collagen peptides is a powder. This is about 1 month of supply. You get a big scooper here. You mix it with filtered water, milk, a shake, a smoothie. I mix it with soft foods like hummus or yogurt, and you take it every day. All right. do some resistance training, and it's going to help with strengthening your joints, strengthening your bones. It's going to help with your skin, your hair, and your nails. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take this every day. Do some resistance training, and you get additional benefits, not just for the skin, but also for your joints and your bones. It has a very impressive amino acid profile here. So if you want to take the time to read the label on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, please do. It's a very high quality product. It works really well if you couple it with C60 and resveratrol, vitamin C, and the structural nanosilver gel. You can use this as part of a skincare protocol. I've built up these anti-aging boxes. So the anti-aging skincare box, beginners, has the collagen, the vitamin C, and the structural nanosilver. The structural nanosilver you put on your skin for topical treatment. The collagen and vitamin C, if you drink 64 ounces of water throughout the day, what will happen is the vitamin C and the collagen will cross-link and improve your dermal layer. And that's a great way to improve your skin. And in the advanced box, you get all of that in the beginner's box, but you get 2 additional supplements in the advanced box for the skincare, the anti-aging skincare box that I have. And that is resveratrol and C60. They work both together to bring down free radicals and improve the health of the basal layer of your skin. So when you're regenerating skin, it's coming from the basal layer. And so if you have a healthy basal layer, you're going to have healthy skin. So the advanced box, you're treating the top layer, the middle layer, and the basal layer. In the beginner's box, you're treating the top layer and the middle layer. So it's a great way to improve your skin, but not just that. Collagen with some resistance training is going to help with strengthening your joints and your bones. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this very high quality collagen. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. If you buy an anti-aging box or a longevity box, those boxes are built in such a way where they have a built-in discount. So if you look at the anti-aging or longevity boxes and you want all those supplements in that box, it's cheaper for you than to buy them individually. And you can use discount 5 on top of that to get a further $5 discount. I was talking about vitamin C. Vitamin C is very important for your immune system. This has magnesium in it also. And boost up that immune system and improve your skin. If you're not feeling well, take a double dose. Make sure you drink it with filtered water. Really important. And the other great supplement to take for your immune system is magnesium and zinc. You should be taking this every day. And if you're not feeling well, take a double dose. Take 1 in the morning, and 1 dose in the morning, and then take 1 dose in the evening if you're not feeling well because of the cold season. But just normal maintenance, take 1 dose a day, boost up that immune system. Very important. So please go to my store, boost up your immune system, get the magnesium and zinc. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. And lastly, omega-3, really important for cardiovascular health. You should be taking omega-3 every day to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. That means you're improving your total cholesterol. In addition, omega-3 brings down systemic inflammation, and omega-3 helps to prevent the red blood cells from sticking too much. So you're reducing over-clotting. So take this every day to help with your cardiovascular health. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get this omega-3. Again, very high quality. Everything I sell is high quality, and everything I sell, I take. All right. Now, not everybody can take all this stuff, right? Not everybody wants to take all this stuff, but it works. All right. And I have mixed and matched, and throughout the show and all the shows I do, I tell you that if you stack it a certain way, how to improve your health. Either focus on bone health, focus on cardiovascular health, focus on neural health, focus on gut health. Targeting all these different systems are really important. Immune system, endocrine system. So please listen. This is something I do. It works. You just have to be vigilant, and it's holistic. It's a holistic approach. It's not just a supplementation. It's about proper diet, exercise. You have to stretch. You have to do balancing. Can't just do balancing. Can't just do weightlifting. You got to do this holistically. Mindfulness, some spirituality or meditation helps. Making sure that you detoxify your body, read, write, talk to people, learn new things. And when you do this holistically, when you're moving around, you're boosting your energy levels and you're learning new things and you're activating your neurons and you're balancing, you're reducing a lot of the problems that people have in their geriatric years. But it's a holistic approach. It's preventative medicine. You don't want to be on a statin. So if you don't want to be on a statin, then you should eat properly, exercise properly, and do the proper supplementation to bring down total cholesterol, doing it a healthy way. So you're not on a statin. You don't want to be on a statin. Statins are bad for you. Would you prefer to go on a statin and have heart disease? Right? People start developing heart disease, right? They start to show all the symptoms at the clinic of being, having heart disease. And then you're putting on a statin, and maybe you're putting on a beta blocker, and then all of a sudden, you have some sort of reaction to the medication. The medication's expensive. Or would you rather actually proper diet, proper exercise, proper supplementation to control your lipid profile? I actually tell people what the stack is to actually reduce, not just reduce the chances of building plaque, but to actually reduce plaque. Or would you rather be on a statin? It's your choice. But the answer to most diseases in the United States, chronic diseases, is lifestyle. That's the diabetes and heart disease, the two big ones. A big part of it is lifestyle. Now, there are people that have juvenile diabetes. That's a different thing. Some people have genetic disorders that develop hyperlipidemia, and they can't clear the cholesterol out of their body. But that's not the average person. The average person that's unhealthy in the United States is because of choice, not because of a predisposition. Now, there are some people that have predispositions and they can still be healthy because it's not just genetics. A lot of people think, it's the genetics. No, it's the epigenetics. You could have bad genes, but they're turned off. They don't express. But if you have good genes and they're turned off, then that may be bad too. So it's a combination of what is in the code, your genetics, what can be expressed through your epigenetics, and what is actually expressed in your proteomics. So it's much more complicated than if you just have a bad gene. So this is where lifestyle comes in. So please, I know what I'm talking about with this. Follow the protocols, they work. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right. Let's see what else we can find today. 6 hours ago, hostage situation inside the DOJ effort to toss Eric Adams' corruption case. This is from MSNBC.
After a week of very public turmoil, convicted felon Donald Trump's Department of Injustice filed a motion last night to formally ask federal judge Dale Ho to drop corruption charges against New York City Mayor Eric Adams.
Why did they have to say convicted felon? Why? We, the people, decided that wasn't important, and we wanted a president to shake things up and be a wrecking ball to the deep state. But why did she literally We're only 12 seconds into this video. And she literally is this is MSNBC. She's literally trying to demonize Trump. It has nothing to do with him being, and it's an appeal. It's going to be appeal. The question is was it a fair trial? A lot of legal experts say that he's going to win on appeal. But they have to just stamp that, convicted felon, he's doing something bad, blah, 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 blah. They are such whiners. They're almost as bad as Euro whiners, from the EU's Grand Parliament, or whatever the hell they call it. So let's continue. But we're only 12 seconds in, and I already have agina.
Her page filing urged dismissal, quote, because of appearances of impropriety and risks of interference with the 2025 elections in New York City. But this move came only after 7 federal prosecutors resigned in protest and in principle after refusing to honor Emil Bovey's demand to drop the charges. Top Manhattan federal prosecutor Danielle Sassoon resigned after alleging that the mayor's lawyers had negotiated for a dismissal in exchange for Adams' assistance with Trump's immigration crackdown. But it was AUSA Hagan Scotland's scorcher of a resignation letter that left many in awe. He wrote in part, quote, any assistant U.S. attorney would know that our laws and traditions do not allow using the prosecutorial power to influence other citizens, much less elected officials, in this way. If no lawyer within earshot of the president is willing to give him that advice, then I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a coward to file your motion. But it was never going to be me. Joining me now is Andrew Weissman, former FBI general counsel, MSNBC legal analyst, the co-host of the podcast Main Justice.
Now, is Eric Adams lily white? No, because I'm sure anyone that elevates in politics in New York has got to be a little dirty, all right? But it's bigger. What it's about is having a mayor in New York City, which is a sanctuary city, aligned politically with deporting illegal immigrants and fighting against Governor Hochul. And Mayor Adams is aligning himself with the Trump administration. That's the big takeaway here. It's about literally airdropping the illegal immigrants back to their country. Now, if I was the Secretary of State, I wouldn't give them a parachute.
Author of The Trump Indictments, the historic charging documents with commentary. Andrew, it's good to see you. I think you share my kind of disbelief at how things have kind of unraveled this week at SDNY. But I wanted to ask you straight out of the gate. I think Judge Ho orders a hearing in this case. I think he orders a full-blown hearing in this case before it gets dismissed. What would that hearing look like?
So I agree with you, and I think one of the reasons that that's going to happen.
How can you agree with anyone that has a G4 iMac in the background? All right, really, this guy. I mean, he's what the hell, dude? The G4's iMacs. Remember, it almost looked like a sunflower. It had this like half dome on the bottom, and it was like and you can move the screen. And these were the checkout stations at the Apple Store. This was when Steve Jobs was still alive. All right. So he has a G4 iMac in the background. This is 2025. That G4 iMac was like so 2008. What the hell, dude? It may have been even before Lehman. And I'm supposed to actually think what this guy has to say is updated. I mean, really. It's time to get a new iMac, dude. And I'm only a minute and 59 seconds into this. You got this host that probably is a lawyer. I don't know. I don't even know who she is, but she's probably a lawyer and hates Trump, obviously. And then you got another one that's just going to pontificate about how Trump is so bad. Meanwhile, why don't we talk about the corruption at the DOJ before the Trump administration? What about talk about the lawfare that was going on ad nauseum throughout the election cycle and during the Trump years, and the lawfare towards just American citizens, weaponizing the FBI, weaponizing the DOJ, even weaponizing the IRS. Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about Donald J. Trump is a convicted felon. Blah, 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 blah. All right, we continue. But we're only in a minute and 59 seconds. And this is the first time I've seen this video.
This does not happen. This is so unusual to see career people resigning rather than follow an order. And they do that when they believe that the order is illegal and or unethical. In fact, the only other time in recent history I can think of that is in Trump 1.0, when prosecutors resigned in the Roger Stone case rather than carry out instructions that they believed were also improper. So I think that Judge Ho is going to have a hearing, and he has every reason to do it. I can give you two reasons I think he will. One is, as you noted, Danielle Sassoon and her colleagues say that there's this improper quid pro quo, and that has been disputed by Eric Adams' counsel. So there's a factual dispute, and that gives every reason for a judge to hold a hearing. That's what judges do when there's a factual dispute. And he can say to Emil Bove, if you think this is wrong, if you think that this is not what happened, you can come here and take the stand and put your right hand up and swear to tell the truth, and I will make credibility determinations. And oh, by the way, and this, Katie, is something you will appreciate as a trial lawyer.
She's a lawyer.
Notes that you confiscated.
I could tell. See, I was right. It seemed like she was a lawyer. I have no idea who she is, but she definitely doesn't like Trump. But maybe that's because she gets her check from MSNBC, and everyone on NBC has to be a Trump hater. And you wonder why their ratings are in the toilet. All right.
Bring those with you. I want to see what the contemporaneous notes are that you didn't want anyone to take out of that room, to see what people were saying about that meeting.
So, Andrew, I want to stay in this because I find the procedure to be just as fascinating as the substance sometimes, right? So you could envision an evidentiary hearing, perhaps in camera, meaning not open to the public, but one within which lawyers, even representing Eric Adams, for example, would have to take the oath to tell the truth, take the stand, and have to attest as to whether or not they were complicit in a quid pro quo agreement with the DOJ?
Yeah, by the way, I think this is an open court. I don't see this as being something that would be sealed. I don't see any reason why, given what has already transpired and it has been made public, that this would be something that needs to be sealed. And if there are pieces of it that potentially need to be sealed, fine. But I think this would be in open court. One thing also, Katie, is although I think it's much more likely that there will be a hearing, but if the judge, and it's big if the judge were to find that someone in front of him was lying, he can refer them for prosecution. He can even appoint a special prosecutor if the Department of Justice refuses to prosecute. His colleague on the bench in the Southern District of New York, Lewis Kaplan, people may recall that name because Judge Kaplan oversaw the E. Jean Carroll cases. He did just that. He appointed a special prosecutor when the Department of Justice refused to go forward. So Judge Ho has a number of options in front of him, but I agree with you. The first one is to hold a hearing about the factual dispute. So, my eyes, what I'm keeping.
So she's a lawyer, all right? And she, says at the very beginning of the show, convicted felon Donald J. Trump, blah, blah. Knowing that he can appeal. So she could say, well, it has to go through the appeals court. And she didn't even bother to mention some of the improprieties that were going on in the courtroom for this. And guess what? This is about porn star payments as a legal expense because his lawyer gave him a bill. For, I don't know, what was it, $130,000, $160,000? $160,000 porn star payments as a legal expense. And the jury was instructed with certain instructions that almost guaranteed conviction. And even Mark Levin was saying that there was some things going on in the courtroom that just aren't right and that they would be struck down by the appeals court in Trump's favor. Why didn't she bring that up? And then now they're trying to go into the fine minutiae saying that what Trump's DOJ is doing is illegal and blah, 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 blah. Well, what about all the improprieties that were going on with the judge during the porn star trial, the porn star payment trial? What about that? No. Let's not focus on that. Let's focus on the DOJ and what they're doing with Eric Adams. See, let's just focus on how to hurt Donald Trump on MSNBC. And I believe MSNBC is where Morning Joe is. Now, what happened to Morning Joe's intern or assistant when he was in Congress? Oh, she's dead. How did she die? I don't know.
Is what I think is going to happen this upcoming week is that factual dispute being resolved by the court.
And so ultimately, we did see that no cross motion or the motion to dismiss filed. Emil Bovee having to put his John Hancock on it despite all of the drama leading up to it. But it was signed off by two other main justice lawyers because, again, nobody at SDNY was going to sign off on it. One of them was
She is exactly why I hate lawyers. Exactly. Very, very pushy, know-it-all. Her aura is like evil. This is why most people hate lawyers. Right there. Right there. Right there. And have you noticed why are there so many damn lawyers on as anchors on news networks? Why? You ever wonder that? Because they love to argue. They love to not really look into like the truth. They just like to argue. They're not journalists. They're lawyers. And so what happens is in the United States, a lot of the news now is like almost turning into a combination of an educated version of Jerry Springer. It's just educated it's just the educated version. What's the problem in the United States? There's lots of problems with the United States, but one big problem is we kick out way too many lawyers out of the school system. There are way too many lawyers. We need more engineers. We need more entrepreneurs. We need more people that build stuff, that design stuff, industrial engineering. industrial design, manufacturing, building new companies, making rockets. We don't need lawyers. That's why we have a litigious society, and why it was the lawyers that, in part, has destroyed the healthcare industry because of the over litigiousness of the society. Why we have regulation, too much regulation, because of an over litigious society. And these people, they get into the mainstream media, they get into Congress, and they just keep on creating one regulation after another after another. Meanwhile, they're not productive citizens. You think a lawyer is a productive citizen? A plumber, an electrician is way more productive than a lawyer.
On his way out, he's retiring, but I was really alarmed when I heard that Bovee is having this meeting at Main Justice and Public Integrity. The irony does not escape any of us, right? He's having this meeting, it's an hour-long meeting, and he's like, somebody better take the fall for this, somebody better sign this, and in the end, Ed Sullivan steps up. I mean, was this a, I love my pension, I want to keep my pension move by Ed Sullivan, or was this a, I am going to come to everybody's kind of rescue, and I'm going to take it.
That's kind of funny, Katie. Is that her name? Katie Pang or Fang or whatever. Isn't it that you have these individuals at these agencies that they're worried that Doge is going to fire them, and they're more concerned about them losing their pension and their, cushy under the desk hideout? She's giving me high blood pressure.
Well, I think it was the latter. The reports are that a number of people, not just in the Southern District, but also at Main Justice in Washington, refused to go along with the Bovee order, clearly thinking that it was improper.
As judges issue temporary rulings to pause Trump's sweeping executive
after a week of very public turmoil.
Is to hold a hearing about the factual dispute.
Right. So I now, all right, she's younger than I am, even though I'm probably aging slower. I found out why I don't like her, right? She's from Yale. She's Yale. She's a Yalie. Oh, and a lawyer. So I didn't like her because she's a lawyer, but I have a double dislike because she's a Yalie.
From my eyes, what I'm keeping focused on is what I think is going to happen this upcoming week is that factual dispute being resolved by the court.
And so ultimately, we did see that no pros motion or the motion to dismiss filed. Emil Bovee having to put his John Hancock on it despite all of the drama leading up to it. But it was signed off by two other Main Justice lawyers because, again, nobody at SDNY was going to sign off on it. One of them was this guy named Ed Sullivan. He's on his way out. He's retiring. But I was really alarmed when I heard that Bovee is having this meeting at Main Justice and Public Integrity. The irony does not escape any of us, right? He's having this meeting. It's an hour-long meeting. And he's like, somebody better take the fall for this. Somebody better sign this. And in the end, Ed Sullivan steps up. I mean, was this a, I love my pension, I want to keep my pension move by Ed Sullivan? Or was this a, I am going to come to everybody's kind of rescue, and I'm going to take it for the team?
Well, I think it was the latter. The reports are that a number of people, not just in the Southern District, but also at Main Justice in Washington, refused to go along with the Bovee order, clearly thinking that it was improper to do what he ordered to be done, and that he put all of these people in the public integrity section in a room and said, if one of you does not sign this, I think actually two of you do not sign this, I'm going to fire everyone. I mean, this is like a hostage situation. Mm-hmm. It's very interesting, as you said, there are two people who signed the actual motion. But if you look at it, Katie, it's really fascinating. while those two career prosecutors have signed it, they actually don't make any factual representations. All of the representations are that Emil Bove, the acting deputy attorney general, has found X, that Emil Bove wants me to do this. They actually don't sort of perjure themselves or say anything other than this is what he wants us to do. So that gives one more reason for Judge Ho to ask a lot of questions, because the two of the three people who are signing this submission are really not representing anything other than Emil Bove is saying this is what he wants. So it was sort of carefully done on their part to not have to own what it is that Emil Bove is doing here.
Yeah, and it was not only carefully crafted, Andrew, but there was a footnote on page 1 of this filing that made it clear that Maine Justice had to enter an appearance on this case because of the Southern District of New York lawyers. Remember, they got suspended. They got suspended by Emil Bove on this case, so they're not even on this case anymore. I mean, it is a Pandora's box. I think Bove sorely miscalculated on this. Bondi, Trump, everyone, I think they sorely miscalculated how this would be. Andrew Weissman, our friend, it's good to see you. Tell Ennis we say hi.
Nice to see you.
See, it's that I know it all Yaley aura about her. Oh, boy. All right, let's see here. What else? Dems are raging against waste management wizards. wait, I'm gonna have to play that one. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great products that I offer. I partnered up with Rainbow Herbals, and we've developed a very high quality deodorant that's multi-purpose. All right, and I believe in multi-purpose products. Now, you can get the peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, or the citrus. These are made from essential oils from the Himalayas, extremely high quality ingredients. No aluminum, no baking soda. It's a dual purpose product. You use it as a deodorant, but also it'll help you to detoxify your body. It's for males and females. Get a couple bars for your household, help support my work, help support your health. It's very high quality. And again, Rainbow Herbals creates awesome products. And this is a product that you should be using every day, just as a deodorant, but it'll help to detoxify your body. And when you're detoxifying your body and you're using good products like all essential oils from the Himalayas, all right, when you do that, you are helping your body heal. And you're supporting people like Gail from Rainbow Herbals and myself, DrPaulCottrell. Because where else are you going to have someone pontificate about Yaleys on MSNBC? All right. Now, I want to talk about a stack that's part of my core. It's the third pillar, and it brings down inflammation. Now, remember, I talked about 4 pillars. So let's just talk about the inflammation pillar, bringing down chronic inflammation. When you have chronic inflammation, your cortisol levels go up. And when you have elevated cortisol levels chronically, it becomes immunosuppressive. So your immune system goes down and does damage to your cells. And with chronic inflammation, it causes problems with your gut, and it also causes problems with your cardiovascular system and also memory. So you want to bring down that inflammation, improve your immune system, improve your endocrine system, improve your cardiovascular system, improve your neural system. So I have turmeric, which is an antioxidant, which soaks up free radicals, but also turmeric helps to bring down inflammation. Ashwagandha root brings down cortisol levels and helps you to control your glucose levels. When you stack these together, they're very powerful. And what happens is you're bringing down inflammation and you're helping your immune system and you're helping your cardiovascular system. And when you keep that inflammation down, then your other systems will perform better because that inflammation in your gut will go down. That inflammation that's attacking your neurons will go down. So all these inflammatory areas in your body will start to go down and your body starts to heal. Your body isn't healing if it's chronically inflamed. So if you want to boost up your immune system and you help with your cardiovascular system, please take the stat, the turmeric and the ashwagandha, very important. Now, it works even more by stacking it with lignans. Now, lignans are also an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals, and it'll bring down inflammation. So it's going to help with your cardiovascular system and your immune system. This will also improve your endocrine system. So this is a powder, and again, you mix it with just filtered water or a smoothie or soft foods like yogurt or hummus. I take it with hummus. You get a little scooper, you take 1 scooper a day. It's a great way to bring down inflammation. This stack here, though, is very powerful, helps to bring down that inflammation, boost up your immune system, and help with your cardiovascular system. And if you work out by taking this stack, you're going, if let's say you're an athlete, by taking this stack, you're actually reducing that inflammatory response when you're doing those heavy workouts. So your recovery time is going to be better. Your body's going to heal faster. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the turmeric, the ashwagandha, and the lignans, stack them. It's a great way to get healthy. It's one of the pillars of a 4 pillars core system that I've developed. But get the turmeric, the ashwagandha, and the lignans. Great stack. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. And lastly, before we go to Jesse Waters, Good Night Formula. Good Night Formula, I have it in stock again. Good Night Formula is a great supplement to take to calm your central nervous system, allow you to sleep. With good sleep, when you wake up, you're going to be well rested. With 3 cycles of REM sleep, you're improving the detoxification process of your central nervous system, and you are helping to consolidate memory, and you're going to increase your memory capacity when you do this. With poor sleep, what's going to happen is that you build up toxins, you have low energy, and your memory starts to go. You're not consolidating memory. So 3 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep are really important on average per night. So to do that, take Good Night Formula every day. It has tryptophan, melatonin in it. It has lots of other, supplements like passion flower and GABA. So take this, be well rested, and part of that holistic approach is proper sleep. A lot of people don't get enough sleep. If you don't get enough sleep, your body isn't detoxifying and you're running at higher cortisol levels, and then your body wears out and you're aging faster. When you get good sleep, you're actually having your body heal and you're slowing down the aging process. So, and again, what I said, if you're not getting good sleep, then your cortisol levels are higher, and therefore that's immunosuppressive. So your immune system goes down. And then you wonder why people get sick all the time and when they're chronically stressed. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Good Night Formula. All right, let's play Jesse Waters about waste management wizards.
I will lift you up when they push you down. I will raise my voice and stand my ground. Until it looks like it might be all wrong. I know I'm walking with you.
The Democrats' anti-Doge choir is back with a fresh new track. It's almost as painful as Greg's bumping music. Those liberal lunatics capping off another week of anti-Elon rallies, raging against the waste management wizards. Doge now has a website that's keeping score on all the government slop they're digging up. Case in point, the Department of Education just had to slash grants to 4 equity assistance centers, blowing $33 million of your taxpayer cash. on things like this workshop on whiteness.
Today's virtual roundtable is entitled Identifying and Disrupting Your Whiteness, a workshop addressing power and privilege toward anti-racist spaces.
And we just got an exclusive clip. Sean Hannity sitting down with President Trump and Elon Musk for their first joint interview. Let's watch.
You're both aware, you have to be keenly aware that the media and the punditry class, not that, I think you've proven they have no power anymore because they threw everything they had at you and they didn't win. And that was, the New York Times, Washington Post, 3 networks, every late night comedy show, 2 cable channels. They threw everything, lawfare, weaponization. And now I see they want you two to start, they want a divorce. They want you two to start hating each other. And they try, President Elon Musk, for example. You do know that they're doing that to you.
Oh, I see it all the time. They tried it, then they stopped. They have many different things of hatred. Actually, Elon called me. He said, they're trying to drive us apart. I said, absolutely. No, they said, we have breaking news. Donald Trump has ceded control of the presidency to Elon Musk. President Musk will be attending a cabinet meeting tonight at 8 o'clock. And I say, it's just so obvious. They're so bad at it. I used to think they were good at it. They're actually bad at it because if they were good at it, I'd never be president. Because I think nobody in history has ever gotten more bad publicity than me. I could do the greatest things. I get 98% bad publicity. I could do, outside of you, a few of your very good friends. Right. It's like the craziest thing. But you know what I have learned, Elon? The people are smart. They get it.
Yeah, they do.
They get it. They really see what's happening.
Yes.
That interview airs next Tuesday at 9 o'clock Eastern. All right, Judge Janine, more singing from the Democrats.
Yeah.
Are you enjoying that?
I have to tell you that there is no better way for the Democrats to continue to destroy themselves than to continue on this mission that they have with the F Trump and F Elon and the singing. When the American people are like, we get this, just the way the President Trump was saying, we get this. We want to know where all the expenditures are going. I just said to someone, did you know that $22 billion went to illegals from Joe Biden over 2 years, I think actually a year and a half, for them to buy a house and buy a car and start a business when senior citizens and veterans are, homeless or trying to figure out medication or food. So I just hope the Democrats continue to go down that road. Now, 14 attorney generals across the country are now suing, saying that Elon Musk doing this is a violation of the Appointments Clause, and he lacks Senate confirmation, and he's got too much private.
You know what it is
information
you got the other side constantly trying to slow down progress. They don't want individuals actually looking underneath the hood and saying, we can improve the government. We can reduce spending. We can stop corruption. We can find it, stop it, and hold people accountable. And maybe some of these agencies would have more money for the end user. Maybe some of these agencies should be completely abolished. But we need a restructuring because this bloated government and this idea that no one can touch it because it's the administrative state is just wrongful thinking. The executive branch has the power to shape the system, with these agencies and make them more efficient. There's nothing wrong with that. We're supposed to allow for our taxpayer dollars to be wasted. It's supposed to we're supposed to allow these conduits of corruption to continue on. No, it's unacceptable. It's totally unacceptable. But you have the Democrats keep on pushing along. You're saying, no, you can't touch that. That's the third rail of the deep state. You touch that, then people will lose their jobs. Well, what if those people that are losing their jobs are ineffective? What about having more money go to the end user? I would love to see more senior citizens get more for their Social Security so they don't have to decide, should they take their medication or should they eat? Meanwhile, we're sending condoms to Gaza. Or meanwhile, we're sending, money for things that we shouldn't be paying for. I mean, really, do we really need, why is our government paying to slow down the procreation of the Taliban? I mean, if we got the job done in Afghanistan and blew them all away, they wouldn't be procreating. So, but we didn't do that. We failed in Afghanistan, like we fail on almost everything when it comes to the Middle East. But the thing is, there's wasteful spending. We need to cut it. But you have that other side keeps on justifying the wasteful spending. But I would much rather have senior citizens get more money. It's the amount of money that is provided to senior citizens for Social Security, and many of them are living on Social Security. They don't have anything else. Or what they had saved because of inflation just was eroded. Maybe they're doing the right thing and they saved, and then because of inflation, all those savings are gone and they're living Social Security check to Social Security check. And they're elderly and they're cold in the winter. All right. And they're worried. And they are deciding, do they take their medicine or not? Or if they even can afford medicine. This should never happen to the elderly. They should be taken care of. But we don't have money to help these people. We don't have money to help our veterans because we wastefully spend on bullshit. And it literally leads to life and death situations because of the wasteful spending. Meanwhile, and hopefully, Katie Pang is listening. Meanwhile, we're more focused on lawfare bullshit and not focusing on the real issues like our veterans and our elderly. We'll just keep on do wasteful spending, trying to protect, these bureaucratic jobs. Keep on, allowing these conduits to feed these NGOs and nonprofits, wasting taxpayer money. Meanwhile, our veterans are homeless. Our veterans are in need. Our veterans need health care, and our elderly need to be taken care of. But you got the Democratic Party getting it on a pedestal, singing some songs in DC, trying to demonize what Doge is doing. Doge is literally, not figuratively, literally saving people's lives. Because having more of the tax-paying money go to veterans, the end user, and going to the elderly can save lives. Instead of sending birth control to the Taliban. I'll tell you, the Democrats are on the losing side of this. Big time. Big time. The two things that bother me a lot. Well, there's lots of things that bother me, but the two that I want to focus on tonight. Elderly not being taken care of, especially near their last couple of years of life. It's pretty bad for a lot of elderly people. And how we treat our veterans that are in need. It's it is totally unacceptable in a nation that has so much wealth. But you'll have Mitch McConnell become a multi-millionaire. Sanders is a multi-millionaire. All these people are making all this money. So even I'm not even against just the Democrats, the Republicans. There are many Republicans that are in Congress and the Senate that are on the take. Look at Ted Cruz. The reason why he's pushing crypto is because he's gonna make a lot of money because of the positions he's placed in crypto and in miners. He owns He has equity in mining companies for crypto. He has positions in Bitcoin. So he's going to be pushing legislation that's pro-Bitcoin because he's going to make a lot of money on it. More money than you'll make on it. Meanwhile, our veterans and our elderly are not being taken care of. Wrong. It's just a wrong across the board. That's what pisses me off.
You know what? It's nothing more than politically motivated attempt to destroy and hide. Because as a prosecutor, I say to myself, like, who's against exposing fraud and corruption? Okay, the ones who are at risk of being charged with fraud and corruption, and the ones who favor a bureaucracy. And let the Dems do it; they'll lose again.
We're seeing polling in Arizona from swing state people. Kennedy, they want them to keep going. They say keep cutting. They love it.
And it was actually a very interesting polling group because it was people who had voted for Biden in 2020 who then switched their votes to Trump in 2024 because Bidenomics, as was the case for most people in the country, it didn't work out for them. So it didn't work out for them because their taxes are too high, eggs are too expensive, people still are having a hard time at making mortgage payments and paying the rent and affording college and everything else.
Something that I've noticed in New York, eggs are at times are hard to find. Recently, now I was able to find some eggs but they're expensive. But at sometimes it's hard to find. So it's wax and wanes in terms of availability, in terms of eggs. Not so much with milk right now, but a few weeks ago, there was a little bit of a shortage for milk. But eggs, it does seem to be, the availability seems to be fluctuating more often because of this issue with H5N1. But that's what I'm noticing in New York City. I'm sure that you're probably seeing something similar in your area of the woods. Please type in the text if you are, because I'm curious to know if you're seeing a shortage of milk and of eggs in your area. But it is becoming a problem in New York. On top of the prices have elevated.
So now they're realizing where that hard-earned tax money is actually going. And the more we hear about $160 million going to a Canadian electric school bus factory that is now declared bankruptcy and never made good on their promise to deliver school buses, 100 million of them, to 55 school districts in the country, like that's where my money is gone. They actually want more of it because the feeling is if you cut out entire departments and if you shed sunlight on all of this waste and abuse, then maybe taxes will finally come down. Then maybe federal expenditures will come down. And I'm shocked that Democrats haven't gotten on board with this and gone, you know what? We're not helping people if we're squirreling this money away to projects that do absolutely nothing. We're Democrats. We're the party of the working man. So let's ferret out the abuse and find better and less expensive ways to truly help people. But they're not doing that, and that's dumb.
Why can't they just have a reasonable position, Harold, where they thread the needle and say, yeah, we don't need the sex changes for the Guatemalans. We don't need the DEI operas, but maybe we could just do this in a little bit of a more constitutional way.
Good to be with you, Kennedy. Good to see you. I think, and happy Valentine's Day. I think a couple things.
Well, thank you. I didn't think we were at that level.
We're not. Nor will we ever be. But I really like to know the viewers. Happy Valentine's Day. I'd say I think that Kennedy touches on something with the Arizona swing voters. And Democrats need to be mindful. These were Democrats, or at least voted Democrat, then voted Republican this last go round. How they're perceiving this and how they're valuing. This is the group that Democrats, I think, those that are singing outside the agencies and outside the Capitol, I think this is the group they're trying to appeal to, but they're not. A separate survey that Gallup conducted showed that 45% of Democrats think that Democrats need to be more moderate. It's an 11-point increase from just 3 or 4 years ago. These are the things we should be taking note of. Now, what President Trump and Mr. Musk and others are doing with this Doge and some of the other things, this is not a sprint. This is a marathon. This is only 4 weeks in here. We've got a long way to go. Democrats, if you are serious about wanting to reform government, then offer your own ideas. Offer other ideas to make government operate more efficiently. Offer more ideas to help cut spending and to bring our deficit down and to help tackle this enormous 36 to $37 trillion deficit that we have. I think Donald Trump knows something as well. If we're 6 months from today, or when we're 6 months from today, and he is still not engaging Congress, I think right now not engaging Congress is serving him well. A Democrat, Republican alike, they can't wrap their heads around the speed and the scale in which he is operating at this point. But if you, in that same poll of Arizona voters, it showed that people are giving the president a little latitude, benefit of the doubt on inflation. If we find ourselves with high prices like we have today, 6 months from now, 8 months from now, and Republicans can't come together in the House and the Senate around a border security bill, which they seem to be squabbling about right now, even a long-term budget deal, we may have a different conversation. But as we sit here today, Jesse, I agree with you, and I agree with Kennedy. This is not a moment to be singing outside of agencies. This is a moment to get serious about a plan, about a set of ideas, and frankly, how we would make government operate more efficiently.
If you could doge one thing at this table, Harold, would it be Greg's collar?
I like Greg's collar. I'd let him doge.
Doge.
Yes.
Greg?
Jesse.
How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. Thank you. And thank you for the chocolate.
You're welcome.
Yes.
I know
you.
Belgian is your favorite.
You know, you asked Harold about, can they do a reasonable position? It's hard because that lane is taken. When you say reasonable position, you mean common sense. So that's the high ground, and there's nothing around a high ground. I'm not interested in saying the Democrats suck. Leave that to outnumbered. I say right now you suck, but here's what you got to do to get out of it. I think a lot of Dems, people watch this show. There are more Democrats watching this show than CNN and MSNBC could combine. So they come here for some kind of free therapy, and I'm here to give it to you because I actually want them to join us. And the Democrats have a choice to join the good guys or become a Bond villain. Because if you're going to defend waste, fraud, and abuse, you are basically embracing the life of a Bond villain. Actually, it's worse than that. It's like do you ever watch a zombie movie and you go like, it would be just so much easier to get bitten and become a zombie? Because then you're no longer terrified.
You ever considered that?
Yeah, I do that all the time. I go like, just get bitten. That's what I think a lot of Dems are doing, is that they're embracing a role that is just easier, but it forbids them from ever becoming the good guy. They're becoming a zombie. And I think this is a bigger moment than maybe most people realize. This is, I think, the biggest political moment since the fall of communism. In that case, that end was definitive. The wall comes down, USSR dissolves. Suddenly communism just evaporates, except in colleges. For the Democrats, the wall has come down. And many of their leaders sense that the Democrat Party of before is dead. It's not in need of a rebrand. It's in need of a full body and mind transplant. And it's really hard to do that when you still have that stuff, the singing, the equity, the DEI. I don't think you can underestimate how wokeness, which is fueled by identity politics, essentially cultural Marxism, infected the party and ate it out, devoured it from the inside. In a way, it's very similar to what happened to USSR, except it happened to a party, not a country. So I think that the Dems, my advice is to stop thinking about the role as an adversary to Trump. You have to ask yourself, what are we? You may find out that you're not anything anymore. And then they have to decide, what does that mean? Do I leave this party? Do we start something new? What would that new thing be? Because it's really hard to find an oppositional point to Trump because he's neither conservative, right? He's neither liberal. He's basically a populist. And it's hard to get footing when the guy's picking 80-20 popular issues. It's like when you said, a reasonable position, every one of them is taken.
And you're welcoming Democrats to go on this road of self-discovery here on the 5.
I think that I think that it's very hard to join the good guys if it's a blow to your ego and the opportunity costs that you've already dropped into your side.
Greg, I give you even more credit. I think it's the Republican Party and Democrat Party, as we know it today, that is flummoxed and frankly has to reinvent itself.
I think you're right.
And it's Trump that's going to organize it.
It's better than we ever thought.
Well, if you want more of that beautiful interview between Elon Musk, Sean Hannity, and Donald Trump, 9 o'clock Eastern.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Please get the probiotic either in the veggie cap form or in the powdered form. I take the powdered form because I mix it with hummus and lignans and collagen and boomer boost and gladiator barley and lots of other stuff. But that's the way I take it. But some people prefer to take the veggie cap version. Both are very high quality. Taking a good probiotic is really important to help with your gut biome. Having a good gut biome, you're improving your immune system in your gut by increasing the mucosal barrier. And by increasing the mucosal barrier, the inner lining of your gut is going to be healthier. You're reducing the chances of leaky gut syndrome and reducing the chances of having mutations in the crypt that may cause things like colon cancer. So really important to lower that inflammation in the gut. Take this probiotic and it will populate your gut with the proper mixture of different microbes, and your metabolism is going to be better, your absorption of nutrients will be better, the communication between your gut and your liver will be better, and also your gut and your brain. A lot of people don't understand that your gut also affects your skin, your hair, your nails. With good gut biome, your hair, your nails, and your skin are going to look better. You ever wonder why elderly people start having skin problems and hair problems? Well, their gut is actually dying. So, you don't want that. All right. So you want a very healthy gut. All right. Another thing that is really important is making sure that you have screenings done, your cancer screenings done. I should do a show on just cancer screening. All right. But one great way to do a cancer screening is a colonoscopy. And that way you can get those polyps early and you get those out. But a healthy gut is really important. My aunt died last year from colon cancer, metastasized colon cancer. Now she was older. She died at age 82. And she wasn't doing the screenings. And because she didn't do the screenings, she had a tumor that was growing, that was there for a long time, and it metastasized and it reached her liver. All right. And I believe it also spread to her lung. She died in a lot of pain. All right. She went through chemo. She did the chemo regime and all that. And she didn't make it. And she died in a lot of pain. And, when these patients are at that late stage, you just give them a lot of morphine and they just slowly drift away. And that's how she died last year, because she didn't do colon screenings. Something 100% preventable. So take my advice, all right? Colon screenings, cancer screenings, and there's lots of new technologies with taking blood and looking to see for cancer antigens, full body scans. There's a lot, genetic testing. There's lots of different screening methods, all right? It's better to have a false positive, because sometimes when you do these screenings, you get a false positive, especially the blood testing. But it's better to have a false positive and then you investigate and you find out that you don't have anything than a false negative. And you have a problem that keeps on growing and growing and growing until it becomes serious. All right. So it's really important. Here's the PSA here. Make sure you do your cancer screenings. If you're female, it's really important. The cervix and the breasts and the uterus, the ovaries. It's really important. All right. Don't be shy. Just do it. It could save your life. Now, going back to probiotics, good gut biome it improves the communication to your brain. With a good gut biome, you're going to be less irritable. You're going to be able to concentrate better. And there's research that's coming out that a poor gut biome can speed up dementia. So you get early onset dementia. You don't want that. All right. Trust me. You don't want dementia. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the probiotic in the veggie cap version or in the powder version. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and use discount 5 and get $5 off. Now, like I said, I'll do another video. I got to do 2 videos. One video is about cancer screening, and the other video is about self-replicating RNA that I keep on wanting to do, but I just haven't had the time. Digestive enzyme complex. Bring down the load on your pancreas. If you're 40 plus years of age, you want to bring down the load on that pancreas by taking an enzyme complex that can break up carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. When you're 40 plus years of age, your pancreas isn't working as well. I don't care how healthy. I'm a very healthy person. My pancreas doesn't work as well as when I was 20. And I guarantee the people that are older than me, your pancreas isn't working as well as when you were younger. I don't care how healthy you are. Now, it's worse if you're unhealthy, but your pancreas does decline with age. You need to reduce the load on your pancreas. And one great way to do that is to take digestive enzyme complex. Break up those carbohydrates, lipids, and proteins. If you're an athlete, either younger or older, taking digestive enzyme complex will help you break up that pre-nutrition workout or post-nutrition workout, reduce the load on your pancreas, and you're absorbing those nutrients, and your recovery time is quicker, and your strength gains are more because you're getting that nutrients into your body when you need to for your post-workout. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and take the digestive enzyme complex. Vitamin B complex, really important. Why? The first 4 B vitamins helps with the mitochondria. Your mitochondria needs those B vitamins to make ATP through the electron transport chain. High levels of ATP means you have more energy. That means your cells are healthier. And when you have more energy, you're going to run around, right? You see, you know, let's say you have a puppy, a young dog. It's always running around. Why? It has lots of ATP. You look at a child, they're always running around. Why? Because they have lots of ATP. Now you look at an old dog, it doesn't have so much ATP. It just sits there. When you look at someone that's in their geriatric years, that is not healthy, they just sit there because they have a lot of low ATP. Their ATP is shot. It's done. Their mitochondria is unhealthy. You don't want to go down that road. So please pay attention to me. B vitamins will help to boost up the health of your mitochondria, so you're producing more ATP. So you're going to have more energy. In addition, B vitamins helps with metabolism, cellular metabolism, and B vitamins helps to protect your neurons, especially B12. So protect your neurons, increase your metabolism, and boost up your energy levels with taking this B complex. And lastly, dual purpose products are really important. Get olive leaf extract. It helps with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. How does it work? Thank you for asking. It brings down the inflammation, and by bringing down inflammation, you're helping with your immune system. You're boosting up your immune system by bringing down chronic inflammation. And bringing down chronic inflammation also reduces the chances of building up plaque in your vascular system. In addition, olive leaf extract brings down LDL levels and increases HDL levels. That means this is synergistic with omega-3 and nattokinase. Pay attention to what I'm having to say here. Boost up your immune system and help with your cardiovascular system. Take olive leaf extract. This is a very high quality product. You should be taking this every day. It's a great product because it's dual purpose. And again, it stacks well with omega-3 and nattokinase. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and use discount 5. Now, I saw, before I started new, this is Mark Levin talking about every penny of waste, because they're going to get rid of the penny, maybe even get rid of the nickel. It actually costs more to make a nickel difference versus the value of the nickel than the penny. The penny is like, obviously it's 1 penny, and it costs a little bit more than 2 cents. It's almost 3 cents. While the nickel, I believe, costs 11 cents to make. So, but I'm diverging here. On X, I saw a post that someone sent me where George Webb is in the hospital. All right. I don't know the details other than what I've been told. All right. Through individuals that are in the chat for YouTube. My understanding was that he was having he was losing potassium. All right. Now someone's saying that he has Legionnaire's disease. I don't know. I don't know. I just learned this just a couple hours ago. From the X post, I knew he was in the hospital. I wasn't sure really why, but he made a statement that he had low potassium. Now, someone in the chat did say that they thought he had Legionnaire's disease. If that's the case, then most likely he's being treated with heavy antibiotics, chloroquines and probably macrolides. But hopefully he's okay. I don't know his status at all. I have no idea, but I wish him well. Hopefully he should be okay. I mean, I would say, after maybe a few days in the hospital, he'll bounce back. But hopefully everything is okay. The problem is that if you have Legionnaire's disease and you don't catch it early, you have a lot of other problems with your systems, and you're depleting a lot of potassium. And some people that have Legionnaire's, they may have diarrhea. They're losing liquids and fluids, and it can cause problems with the kidney and other organ systems. So it can become a problem if it's not taken care of right away. I don't know at what state it was when he was admitted to the hospital. Has this been bothering him for days, or has this been happening only just hours? I don't know the details at all. Hopefully he's okay. And it's being managed, properly. But if it is Legionnaire's disease, most likely he's just going to get blasted with, a lot of antibiotics, and they're going to give him fluids, and then just manage his systems, make sure his kidneys are working okay, and then eventually he'll be discharged. But I wish him well. This could happen to anybody, probably how he got it was probably through some sort of food poisoning, I would think. But it can happen to anybody. But that's the understanding that I have at this moment, and that's through just a quick bit from X and then what was in the chat. But I do wish him well. All right, so Mark Levin, let's go to Mark Levin, and what's going on with our penny? Why do we even have pennies anymore? It's costing way too much. Way too much. And well, let's play Mark Levin.
Hello, America. I'm Mark Levin, and this is Life, Liberty, and Levin Saturday with two great guests this evening. We have Representative Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, and Attorney Extraordinaire John Yoo. But before we go there, the Democrat Party has really revealed itself, hasn't it? It supports every inch of the bureaucracy and every penny of fraud, waste, and abuse. That's their position. They've contributed nothing to this debate. They propose nothing to be cut. They are not doing anything in a bipartisan fashion.
They're singing songs, Union songs from the 1930s. They're showing up at bureaucratic facilities, acting like a bunch of drug-addled homeless people. I don't know. I guess they think that works, but here's the truth. The truth is, for them, it's not waste, fraud, and abuse. I want you to listen very carefully. It's not the administrative state. It's not the swamp. Listen, for them, this is a government within a government. They've created this edifice, this subterranean government within a government, and they intend to defend it. This money that's being spent that we see as waste, fraud, and abuse, they see as a lifeline to their ideology, to their power. And they spent 80 years building it, and they have no intention of giving it up easily, and neither do their media or the rest of their surrogates. It is a subterranean government within a government. It's even below the massive bureaucracy, and it works in secret, and it's immune, and they've created their own laws to protect it and to promulgate it. And they have their favorite judges who are there to protect it and defend it. There was a great French politician and philosopher. His name was Frederick Bastiat. I want you to listen to this one sentence. Listen, when plunder becomes a way of life for a group of men in a society, this is the ruling class in Washington, D.C. Over the course of time, they create for themselves a legal system that authorizes it and a moral code that glorifies it. You know, you watch liberals on cable and elsewhere, they say, look at Donald Trump. He wants to cut this food program, that food program. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the first tier of the bureaucracy. Donald Trump's not cutting that. He's cutting that secret tier, the government within the government. They keep flashing around the other tier. No. It's the government within the government. That's what we're talking about, the subterranean government. Here we have a GAO report, the Government Accountability Office. Stay with me on this. This came out just a few months ago. And they put out this report. And Congress had it, and the president had it, and the media had it, and most of you never heard about it. Listen to this. Fraud Risk Management, 2018 to 2022, that period of time. The data show federal government loses an estimated $233 billion to $521 billion every single year. That's $250 billion to $500 billion every single year, they say, to fraud based on various risk environments. Listen to me. We've got to get our calculus right, our brains right on this. For the Democrats and the left, for the self-perpetuating bureaucracy, this isn't fraud. This isn't waste and it's abuse. It's routine. This is how they want to operate. This is their money. And by the way, to push their ideological agenda. That's what it's for. So for them, it's not fraud, waste, and abuse.
Think about this. 250 or 500 billion is the amount of money that you don't even need that much money to make sure that every single senior citizen has more money for food and medication. Right there. Right there. That's where it's at. Or to make sure that every single veteran that honorably served their country in the United States military is taken care of. Right there. This is the reason why we need to go after the Democrats, go after the Republicans that have been wasting our money and harming people. These things, this waste literally killed people because it wasn't deployed to people that were really in need, like our veterans and like our senior citizens. Bullshit, that's what it is. It's just, we have to stop the waste and we need to get more money to the end users that are in need.
For them, it's a lifeline. But $250 billion to $500 billion in this secret government activity. Here's the Daily Caller from this past September. If current trends persist, this is past September, the Biden-Harris administration will have made over $1 trillion in improper payments by the time Biden leaves office, according to a report released by Open the Books. An improper payment is a disbursement made by the government to the wrong person. in the wrong amount or for the wrong reason per federal guidelines. The Biden-Harris administration between 2021 and 2023 oversaw over $800 billion, nearly $1 trillion in such payments, after adjusting for inflation, according to the Open the Books organization. But again, they don't care. This is an immune government within a government that has hundreds of billions, trillions of dollars over time to lord over you, to control you, to push their wokeism, to push their ideology, to affect foreign policy. They're everywhere. They're ubiquitous. And now Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and his crew, they have found it. They have found it. They have uncovered it, whether it's at U.S. Aid or any of these other departments, whether it's at Treasury, whether it's at the Social Security Administration. It is massive. It's under the radar. This is why there aren't hearings. This is why GAO puts out these reports and nobody cares. This is why an organization says, wait a minute, they're wasting $1 trillion. It's not waste to them. It's necessary to them. Look at this. Elon Musk and the crew. In 2 weeks' time, $50 to $100 billion, reports Rick Manning on Town Hall. Each year, that is how much has already been identified by the White House's Department of Government Efficiency through a review of Treasury payments as likely fraud. This amount is nothing more than identifying how much is paid monthly to recipients who don't have a Social Security number or other government identification attached to their files. Doge head Elon Musk has already estimated, based upon work done to date, there's approximately $1 trillion in fraud, waste, and abuse, just like that watchdog group, in the system that can be identified and prevented. It took 2 weeks of analyzing government payment systems to make this incredible announcement. All right, let's talk about the Constitution, because we're told that those who are digging into this, finding out what's taking place, finding the pots and pans, trying to address it, trying to cut the waste, fraud, and abuse, they've created a constitutional crisis, don't you know? Article 1 is Congress, Article 2 is the President and the Executive, Article 3 is the Judiciary, which only creates the Supreme Court. Congress creates the rest of the courts with a signature by the President. The massive bureaucracy, I dare you to find it in our Constitution. It doesn't exist. The fourth branch of government, not a single one of these cabinet departments, not a single federal employee, none of it. It's all a creation of Congress. Judicial review, look at these courts, they're all over the place. Where is that in the Constitution? Nowhere. There's no judicial review for federal district courts. There's no federal district courts. Well, where did we get judicial review from? It's an implied power. Somebody's got to make decisions. So it was decided by the Supreme Court that the Supreme Court will make those decisions in a case called Marbury versus Madison. So in all of this, in the Constitution, we have Congress and we have a president. The president's in charge of the executive branch. Or is he? Congress appropriates funds, but that power has limits. You wouldn't believe it if you listen to the propaganda. Yeah, there are certain limits on Congress's power to appropriate. The judiciary, does the judiciary have the power to run the federal government, the various agencies, HR, and all the rest? No, it does not. It's called separation of powers. Congress has a lane, the judiciary has a lane, the executive has a lane, the executive branch. Who is the executive branch? What is it? It's the President of the United States. He and his vice president. They're the only people elected by the entire body of politics through the Electoral College. Judges are unelected. Members of Congress from their districts or from their states. He's it. And they said, you know what? This executive branch belongs to the President of the United States. Really? Well, we're being told today that he can't act without congressional approval. He can't act without the courts giving their approval. Wait a minute. I thought we had separation of powers. Wait a minute. Where did this bureaucracy come from? Doesn't the president, as the chief executive, have some power over personnel? Doesn't he have the power to offer severance? Doesn't he have a power to look at data in a department? Doesn't he have the power to conduct audits, to conduct reviews? Doesn't he have the power to set policy with respect to the executive branch? No. According to the Democrats, according to these activist judges, these left-wing judges, no, he doesn't have any power. He just has to sit and watch. Except if he wants to expand the power of the bureaucracy, if he wants to increase spending, whether the courts say yes or no, whether Congress says yes or no, it doesn't matter. We have to continue to fund what? The subterranean government. And we have to continue to subsidize what? Democrat Party constituency groups, their ideologies. They're front organizations. There, the president has no limitations. How do we know? Because Joe Biden violated at least 3 Supreme Court decisions. Even when it came to student loan forgiveness, that wasn't a constitutional crisis, now was it, ladies and gentlemen? No, no, no. When he violated immigration laws left and right to open our borders, that wasn't a constitutional crisis, was it, ladies and gentlemen? No, no, no. When he ordered big corporations to insist that their employees have vaccinations using some obscure OSHA regulation, and the Supreme Court said you couldn't do that, but he did it anyway. That wasn't a violation of the Constitution, was it, ladies and gentlemen? When the Democrats attacked the Electoral College, when they attacked the independence of the Supreme Court, when they want to expand the numbers of justices and pack it with a...
I wanted to pivot from this because some ideas are popping in my head. So let's go back to what's going on with George Webb. Okay, so I haven't heard exactly from him what he thinks it is. All he knows is that there was a reduction in potassium. And a lot of times reduction in potassium is due to lots of loss of fluid. All right. So I was thinking that it was more digestive. All right. And while I was, bouncing around with his videos, I said that he's going to have to be on strong antibiotics, which is true. I'm sure he's on them. Those are macrolides and fluoroquinolones. All right. So he's going to be on those. All right. But let me just have another caveat to the statement, because I was kind of mixing 2 things together in my head: Listeria and Legionnaires. And I'm not sure if he has which one. Someone said in the chat that he has Legionnaires. So if that's the case, you can get Legionnaires through drinking water, but it's through drinking water and it's a bit aspirated. All right. So let's say you're drinking water and then you start coughing. All right. And it gets a bit aspirated. And then by that aspiration, it ends up getting into your lungs. So the issue that he has most likely is not intestinal, like I was thinking. It's really pulmonary. Okay. So that's something to think about here. Now, you can also get Legionnaires from air conditioners or heating units, or areas where the bacteria can grow, and it gets aerosolized, and then you breathe it in, and then it gets into your lungs, and it's causing a problem. So you can get it through drinking water, all right, but it's more of an aspiration of the water, not drinking the water per se. It's some of that water does get into your lungs, especially if you're coughing or you're talking and and blowing bubbles in a glass, that kind of thing. So this is more of a pulmonary issue that he has. Now, they're going to be treating him with strong antibiotics, but you can also have, again, kidney issues, liver issues, right? And this potassium loss may be due to something's wrong with his kidney. But I'm not sure, because I don't know all the details of what his particular condition is. If you catch it early, if you catch Legionnaire's disease early, it's not that big of a problem. It's when you don't catch it early, then it becomes a problem. Now, what are some of the other issues? You can get Legionnaires by working in soil. It can be in the soil, and breathing in the soil. Now, because of the winter, I don't know where he is. I mean, is he in Canada? Is he, or not in Canada? Is he in California? Is he in, Midwest? Is he in the East Coast? I don't know. Florida? Because he travels all over the place. I have no idea where he's at. If he was in California, then you're breathing in stuff that could have had Legionnaires. All right. the respiratory problems. Another problem with Legionnaires is that it's easier to get if you have an immune suppressed issue. If your immune system is suppressed, then you're not going to be able to fight it as well. So immune system issue, exposure to soils, particulates in the air. You know, he was in California for a while. Is that where he got it? I don't know. I don't know where, you know, what his where he's floating around, you know, where he's flying all over the place. Who knows where he got it? Or it could have been on a plane in the air system, right? So it's not necessarily really foodborne. It's really waterborne if it's aerosolized. But the question is, does he have Legionnaire's disease or does he have Listeria? I don't know. Now, maybe he said it was Legionnaire's, and I just haven't seen him say that. I don't know, because I haven't seen the video. I just know that there was a little clip that I saw that it showed that it was saying that his potassium levels were going down. So hypokalemia. But, you know, is there other underlying issues that are going on? I don't know. But it's important to you know, to keep that in mind. You know, cooling towers, hot tubs is another issue. Plumbing systems, that's where, you know, you might get the contamination from the water. Being in a hot tub, you know, and smelling the mist as you're in the hot tub, that could get it into your system. People that drink water that it may be contaminated, and you know, they're talking and then all of a sudden they cough, that could lead to droplets that get into the lungs. So, you know, I'm just having a little bit more time to kind of like think this through here, and you know, how he got it. I don't know. Many people get it when they're by cooling systems or, you know, HVAC systems that are contaminated, that have this bacterium that's growing. So that's, you know, something that to think about. Now, other people that get it also, you know, when you're you know, if you, let's say you get a transplant, all right, you have to go on immunosuppressive drugs. So that immunosuppressive drug those patients could get bacterial infections much easier than people that are not immunosuppressed, right? So, and my understanding is he's not a transplant patient, so that wouldn't be the issue. But people that do have transplants, you got to keep in mind, when your immune system is suppressed on purpose to make sure you don't get organ rejection, you can get other pathogens, you can get sick, right? Because of that immunosuppressive. That's why I keep on saying boost up your immune system. It's really important. All right. But in the case of transplants, you have to have a suppressed immune system or your body will reject the organ. So but he doesn't have that problem. And then the other issue is individuals that have, you know, some sort of chronic lung issue, either restrictive lung disease or COPD. You know, they're more, you know, if you already have tissue damage in the lung, then it's harder to fight, you know, pathogens that get into the lung system. So many people, I would say, that get Legionnaire's disease isn't so much through water, by drinking. It's more through being exposed to some sort of aerosolizing system, like an HVAC system that's not clean. But he spent a lot of time in California covering the fires. So, but I don't know if he's been recently there. If he's been there recently, then it wouldn't surprise me that he got from California somehow. But it's in the soil. It can be in contaminated water. and it can be in HVAC systems. So how did he get it? I don't know. But if it's not taken care of, it can be very serious. So, but to kill it off, to kill Legionnaires, it's through, heavy doses of antibiotics. But the problem is that you have these systems where, it's a pulmonary problem, but you can also have other loss of metabolites, and in his case, he's losing potassium. Now, is there another reason for that? I don't know. But it can be serious. It can be serious. But that's just a little. That's where I'm not. Someone said Amber White was saying it was Legionnaires. So it's not Listeria. So when I was thinking about the foodborne, I was thinking more Listeria. But this is more pulmonary, so it's Legionnaires. But antibiotics is definitely the treatment course for him. But if he's got pulmonary, he's going to have a problem with his pulmonary system. So, they're going to have to work on that pulmonary, get him breathing right, get that bacteria killed by the antibiotics. But it can also affect other organ systems, and they're going to have to manage this depending on how long he's had this. I don't know. Maybe someone in the text can tell me how long has he had these symptoms. Is it just hours, a day, or has it been multiple days? I don't know. That would give me a little bit more insight of the condition he's in. But hopefully he's okay. But he's in the hospital, and as long as he's getting good care, and they're administering fluids, controlling his kidney function, and his he's getting oxygen, and he's getting the antibiotics that he needs to kill the Legionnaire's disease, he should fare well. I mean, he's relatively healthy for his age, so I think he bounce back. But I don't know how long he's had it. If anyone knows how long he's had the symptoms, I'd like to know. All right, let me continue with Levin on the wasteful spending on the penny. And for the ones that are on X Spaces, thanks for listening in. Appreciate it. For the ones that are watching live stream on my website or on YouTube, you can join X Spaces and ask questions. It's an interactive show, so you can type in the chat, ask questions, or just request the mic and tell me what you think. It's supposed to be interactive. That's the whole purpose of the show. So don't be shy.
Look, you're a self-identified ideologue. That's not a constitutional crisis, is it, America? No, it's not. When they want to count votes when elections are over, that's not a constitutional crisis, is it, America? When they want to fundamentally transform America, which the Constitution prevents, that's not a problem. When they push CRT, the 1619 Project, that have as its core the statement, the position that the Constitution's illegitimate, it's too old, that it was written by a bunch of white slave owners, that it needs to be thrown out. Yeah, we have this. Democrats want Constitution completely rewritten. Story after story, Democrats are waging war against the Constitution. Now, they wave it around. Donald Trump's violating the Constitution. No, he's not violating a damn thing. The courts are out of control. Congress is out of control. The bureaucracy's out of control. He's trying to bring it back to center. And that's why he was elected to do it. Look at these judges. Wow. I want you to remember, the judges, we hold them on high. Like they're superhuman. Really. Some of the worst human rights violations and crises occurred in this country as a result of our courts. Perhaps you've heard of the Dred Scott decision that was issued in 1857, where Black people, even if they're free, could never be free citizens in the United States. That's what the court said. Now, you have to abide by that decision, don't you? No. We had a civil war that said, we're not buying that decision. Abraham Lincoln said, I'm not buying that decision. Should we have adhered to that decision, ladies and gentlemen? Then we had another decision at the end of the 1800s. Here we had the Civil War, we had all these events taking place. Plessy versus Ferguson. What was that all about? Simply, separate vote equal is equal, meaning blacks are not equal. Should we be abiding by that decision, ladies and gentlemen? It took more than half a century from Brown versus Board of Education to reverse that, the court to reverse it. So was that okay? No, it wasn't okay. How about the Korematsu decision? During World War II, the big FDR court, the progressive court, when they rounded up 120,000 Japanese Americans and Americans of Japanese descent and sent them to concentration camps and stole their property. Was that a court decision? Yes. Was that a good one? I don't think so. You mean the courts can be wrong? Yes, they can be wrong. Yes, flesh and blood, these judges. And if you have radical judges appointed by Biden and Clinton and Obama, or Trump-hating judges, some of them Republicans, some of them in Seattle or Washington, D.C., they could be driven by doctrines, by ideologies, by politics that they're not supposed to be driven by. So far, they found that the CDC had to add language back to its website. Where does a judge get the power to do that? Prevented access to Treasury Department data, thwarting audits. Where does a judge get that power? That's the executive branch. I thought we had separation of powers here. Held up severance for employees, but then backed off and said, well, maybe you can do that. Well, that's nice, Judge. What else did they do? Well, 60 days. Trump wants to freeze spending that Biden was pushing out the door for radical groups and programs and so forth. Well, he can't do that. Why can't he? Because I said so. I'm a judge. Order withholding of funds for foreign subsidies. This just happened the other day. Why? Where does he get the authority to do that? He has no authority to do that. Prevented an order from the Trump administration that says biological males, transitioning or not, are going to be in prison with biological males. We have a judge in Washington, D.C., an old Reagan judge, who said, wait, that's a constitutional issue. No, it's not. Then we had another judge that said an order that said that this administration is not going to spend money to support operations, medical changes for the genitalia of children. Judge said, you can't do that. So who's running the executive branch? Congress? The courts? The president's not allowed to run the executive branch? Or he's a dictator and there's a constitutional crisis? Really? So HR, data processing, the federal prisons, and decisions about who can and cannot get funds for sex changes, that's not the president's business. And they call that a constitutional crisis. I want to tell you constitutional crisis. Sanctuary cities. What are sanctuary cities? Sanctuary cities are a throwback to the Confederacy. What do you mean, Mark? See, the Civil War began in part through states nullifying federal law. What's a sanctuary city? It's a city and a state doing what? Nullifying federal law. That's what they're doing. So our too old, too white Constitution needs to be thrown out, except when it's used to try and thwart Trump, who's now going after this subterranean government. See, he's supposed to be the head of the ruling class. He's supposed to support the ruling class. He's supposed to allow all this waste and fraud and abuse to take place. But he says no. Finally, what's an appropriation? We keep hearing Congress appropriates. So if Congress appropriates money for fraud, waste, and abuse, is the president required to spend it? Or if Congress appropriates money in such a nebulous and ambiguous way that the unelected bureaucracy, which is now housed under the president of the United States, he's the head of the executive, these are bureaucrats and bureaucracy, where he says, no, I need to dig into this, find out how much there is, and put an end to it. He's not allowed to do that? You know, we call this in legal terms BS. That's what it is. Not all funds appropriated by Congress are constitutional. It creates this bureaucracy. How is that constitutional? The court said it's constitutional. That doesn't make it constitutional, does it? Well, judicial review. Well, where'd they get judicial review? They claimed it for itself. You see, I'm actually going back to the Constitution, not Supreme Court decisions of old or more recent vintage. No. So Congress doesn't have a free check. The courts don't have a free check. But they've created this massive bureaucracy and they put it in the executive branch. Our biggest legislature is in the executive branch. What happened to the separation of powers? And the only one who apparently is not allowed to control it, to oversee it, is the President of the United States. The only official who's elected by all the people of the United States is the one who's not allowed to look at it.
Do you think that Mark Levin is too calm? Because I think he just needs to get a little bit more angry.
Control it. He's not allowed to reduce the number of employees, let alone oversee them. He's not allowed to make policy decisions about all the things that are under him. A GS-13 bureaucrat can, an inspector general can, of course. A cabinet secretary, not so much, especially if they're appointed by Trump, but everybody else has a say except him. Now that would be a real constitutional crisis, wouldn't it? Yes, it would. So this government within a government is doing everything it can to defend itself. It's spending trillions of dollars without your knowledge. And Donald Trump and Elon Musk and his crew are revealing it, and they're trying to do something about it. They deserve our 100% support because this has never been done before. Not since Woodrow Wilson and the early progressives, aka American Marxists, through Franklin Roosevelt, through Lyndon Johnson, through Obama, Clinton, Biden, and up to this day. They've gotten away with it. They've gotten away with it. But it's a new day. There's a new sheriff and a deputy sheriff. They may be public enemy number one and number two to the entrenched ruling class, but not to us. They're heroes. I'll be right back.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support my work, all right, and help support your health. Listen to this great stack that I have that has dual purpose. It helps with your cardiovascular health, but also with your bone health. Now, the stack for the bone health and cardiovascular health are the vitamin K2 and vitamin D3. Stack them together. This K2 is the MK7 molecule, and this will help you to absorb calcium. All right. When you do resistance training, it's going to when you're doing the resistance training, you're sending growth signals to your bone matrix for calcium to be deposited so you get more bone density over time. So it's important to do resistance training. Take a calcium supplement. I take my calcium through drinking milk. I keep on drinking milk all day. So, I mean, I get a lot of calcium. But some people don't like drinking milk and they just take a calcium supplement. But how I get my calcium is through drinking milk. But doing some weight training, some resistance training, and taking the K2 and the D3 together will help you to deposit more bone matrix. It helps to activate those osteoblasts, it's late, osteoblasts, and with those osteoblasts, you're going to deposit more matrix. When you get older, you have more osteoclast, and osteoclast eats bone. So that's the reason why your bone density starts to go down, because you have more osteoclast when you get older, and you need to give growth signals to your bones to say produce more osteoblasts and have that higher levels of calcium in your bloodstream. And if you take the D3 and the K2 together, then you're helping deposit that bone matrix. So it's really important. That's how it works. But also K2 and D3 together helps with cardiovascular. And how that works is that when you have plaque, around the plaque is a buildup of calcium. And so the K2 and the D3 help to pull that out slowly, and with additional supplements, you can actually reduce the actual blockage of an artery because of plaque over time. But by taking the K2 and D3, you're reducing the chances of building more plaque, and you're pulling slowly out some of that calcium that's been built up. Now, also, you can stack it with nattokinase. Nattokinase is fibrinolytic, so it's going to break up clots, which is really important, right? and especially for Mark Levin, because you never know when he's going to stroke out. But the thing is that nattokinase also brings down LDL levels and brings up your HDL levels. So it's improving your total cholesterol. So when you improve your total cholesterol, you have lower LDL levels so they don't get oxidized. So you're reducing the chance of building up additional plaque. And over time, when you keep inflammation down, you reduce your LDL, you increase your HDL, you soak up free radicals, you take the D3 and the K2. Over time, what's going to happen is that you're going to slowly, that buildup will slowly start shrinking. You won't be able to get rid of all of it, but there are cases where you can have like 50% blockage in your carotid. And after a year of proper diet, exercise, and doing this protocol of taking D3, K2, omega-3, nattokinase, lignans, C60, turmeric, and ashwagandha, by doing all that, you're bringing down the inflammation, soaking up those free radicals, and you're reducing the chance of further depositing of the oxidized LDL. So over time, what happens is it slowly gets smaller. And so after a year or so, from a 50% blockage in the carotid, you can get down to maybe 10 or 15%. Major blood flow improvement, huge blood flow improvement. So, and then that's just over a year. And then over time, but you can't get all of it. All right. But going from 50 to 15 is pretty good. All right. So please just pay attention. It's about proper diet, exercise, supplementation. It's a holistic approach. But the idea here is that you got to understand the pathophysiology. All right. And it's about controlling inflammation, bringing down those LDL levels, soaking up those free radicals. Right. And when you do that, then you're really starting to see your system really improve. This stuff works. You just got to be diligent. Please go to my store and also get the lozenges and the drops that I have. I have the elderberry zinc and the manuka honey lozenges. Get a few bags for your household. They're in a 21 count. Very high quality structural nanosilver lozenges. I also have structural nanosilver drops. They're in a 100 count. The drops are a little bit smaller, so there's more in a bag. I have those in cherry, in honey and lemon, and blueberry. Very high quality. Get a few bags for your household for the cold season and for the allergy season. The moment you have that irritation in your throat, you want to mitigate that problem right away. So have it in your home, at work, take it right away and mitigate the problem. Use discount 5 and get $5 off. I really want to get these products in your hand because I want you to get healthy in 2025. All right. It helps support my work and it's a win-win. You get healthier. And guess what? Your immune system gets better and you slow down the aging process so you can be 350 years old and still listen to Dr. Paul Cottrell. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video, and get the Myotrol. Myotrol will help to build muscle and maintain muscle. It's really important to start taking Myotrol if you're 40 plus years of age. Do some resistance training, and what's going to happen with Myotrol is that it helps with the gene expression to build muscle. Also, it helps to improve the mitochondrial health. So when you have more healthy mitochondria and producing ATP, that's going to allow you to build muscle and maintain muscle. All right, and the more energy you have, the more you move around. If you're an athlete, take Myotrol and you're going to get stronger strength gains. All right, Myotrol works really well with gladiator barley. All right, so you get the gene expression to build muscle with the Myotrol. And then you take the gladiator barley, and that's the high density protein. You do the resistance training and you're going to get huge benefits for strength. So that's a great stack if you're an athlete, if you're looking to improve your strength in your sport. If you're older and you need to gain muscle and you need to work out a little bit, but taking Myotrol helps. And again, taking the gladiator barley will get that muscle mass improvement that you need. And when you do that resistance training, don't just focus on your arms or your legs. You want to do the whole body, especially the back. All right. When you do, a lot of people, when they work out, they're working out their front core, they're not working their back core, right? So you want to work your back core because when you get older, most people, their spine starts to shrink vertically, they start to shrink, and then they start to slouch, they move forward. And what's happening is that bone density is getting less, but also the musculature of the spine is weakening, and so you start to go down and you start to go forward. Well, the thing is that if you build up, if you do exercises that build back muscles, what you're going to notice is that your posture improves, your breathing will improve, the flow of your lymph will flow better. So that helps with your immune system. See, if you have bad lymph flow, your immune system isn't working as well because it's not sending signals and sending the lymph to the lymph nodes to be able to activate your immune cells. Well, if you have a good posture, then you're getting good up-down lymph flow, right? You know, your blood system is moving better and you're circulating better, all right? So that the lymph is allowed to kind of pump up, into the lymph nodes and then activate your immune system. And then the immune system is, pumping through your vascular system, and then it's circulating those T cells and B cells, right? Well, if you're slouched, right, you're compressing the actual lymph flow. So a lot of people don't understand that just doing good back exercises actually is really beneficial for your health, right? Not just your posture, so you look taller, right? But that's not the reason why you do it. You do it so it's improving your lymph flow, but also to prevent the osteoporosis and to prevent the slouching. And then when you start to have the slouching, then you have the gait issues. And when you change your centroid of your body as you get older, you're putting more pressure on your hips that causes problems with hips. And then you have low density hips, and then they fall and you break, and then all of a sudden that geriatric patient dies three weeks later because they broke their hip. A lot of elderly people die because of broken hips, but it can be mitigated. And doing simple stuff, taking Myotrol and doing some weight training on your back, there's huge benefits. And things that you wouldn't even think about, better blood flow and better lymph flow. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, take the Myotrol, do the resistance training. It's all about a holistic approach. You don't want to go down the road of pharmacopoeia, because pharmacopoeia is expensive and it has side effects. Sometimes you have to, but the thing is if you can prevent it, prevent it. So you can listen to Paul Cottrell, in your 350 years of age. All right, with that, let's go to another video. All right. This is interesting. Well, I think I played it already. All right, this is 5 hours ago. This is by Representative Crow, blast Trump administration. They have no policy. Right? Let's see. Really, we don't have policy.
Joining me also right now from the Unit Security Conference, we have Democratic Congressman of Colorado, Jason Crow. He is a member of the House Armed Services and Intelligence Committees. Congressman, very good to see you. Thank you for joining me. So between Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's backtracking of comments that he made regarding security guarantees to Ukraine and the denial of NATO membership, and then Vice President Vance's address to European allies, how do you assess the Trump administration's performance on the world stage, and have they shown the U.S. will be reliable negotiators to end the war in Ukraine?
Alex, the Trump administration's policies are changing not by the day, but by the hour. And I think that's a reflection of the fact that they have no policy. There's no doctrine. There's no policy. They'll put out a tweet and they'll pull it back an hour or two later. But the problem with that is that none of this is funny. None of this is comical, because it has really real consequences to our partnership, to our allies. I am here in Munich because I refuse to let Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and Secretary Hegseth and others be the voice of America to Europe and to the world. There's a group of us here that are engaged in diplomacy, are engaged in discussions to let them know that there's a lot of people in America who understand that our economy is tied to Europe, that our peace and prosperity is tied to Europe, and that we can't pull back into our own borders and forget what's going on in other places.
I disagree. Localization, not globalization. Totally. You know, there's nothing wrong with free trade, but I also believe that, you know, we've exported way too much of our manufacturing overseas. We have done too much technology transfer to low-cost regions, decimated the tool and die industry, decimated the manufacturing base. We can't even build ships in the United States. Why? Because we either don't have enough shipyards or enough people to actually be able to build them. We used to be the shipbuilding, you know, mecca of the world. Not anymore. And now we aren't at ship parity with our Navy compared to the PLA. You know, China, for the ones that don't know. But the thing is that, you know, there's a ship disparity. The number of ships that the CCP is pumping out versus what the United States is pumping out. And the United States ships have so much technology that there is more chance of things going wrong. You ever buy a car that is over-teched, right? You know, it's got a lot of options, right? And you know, and everyone's buying a new car that's like driving an iPad, which is stupid in terms of design. And it has all this electronics. And it just, if it goes wrong, how do you fix it? It's almost the way they're making these things, it's disposable. All right. While cars used to be durable, cars are not durable anymore. So, you know, we've over-teched our Navy. So to make a ship takes more time. The cost is more, on top of our manufacturing base has been decimated because of globalization. So no more of this bullshit. Do we really need to import Mercedes? Really? If they want to make a Mercedes, they can make it in the United States. Now, when we're talking about NATO, you know what? They need to, you know, stop eating at the USA buffet, all you can eat, for the last 70 years. All right, and they need to pay their way. Amazing. You know, everyone's toting this whole globalization bullshit. You know, and the thing is it was really popular. It was globalization was really popular with Jack Welch at GE and the push for MBAs. And I have an MBA, so you know. But the thing is, you have these MBAs believing that it's all about maximizing shareholder value and, you know, and figuring out, you know, increase markets and, you know, look at it from a global perspective and move certain operations overseas to lower costs, and you just, you know, coordinate it and blah, 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 blah. Well, we're in a new age. Jack Welch is dead. GE's dying. And guess what? It's about localization, not globalization.
Reliable.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there has to be consistency. They have to be able to see that there are people who understand the issue, so that understand that consistency and reliability is key. You know, I believe in America's strength through partnership. One of the reasons why America is actually strong is not just because we have.
But a lot of those partnerships were, here's the check from Uncle Sam. You are a partner. That's how it was working with the Department of Defense and the Department of the Secretary, the State Department, I should say, the State Department. That's how we were doing our diplomacy. We had a lot of money. We had a Federal Reserve that was pumping a lot of money. We had lots of people paying taxes, and there was just all this money for the State Department to use for diplomacy. But when you start pulling away that money, just like what Donald Trump was doing, then all of a sudden they have a shit fit. Because we're closing down the smorgasbord. The all-you-can-eat buffet is being closed down. In Germany and France, don't like that. Because they thought they could eat all day long. Not even get, not even get out of the booth. They just keep on shoveling American taxpayer dollars in their mouth all day long, 24/7.
And all these weapon systems, but because we have partners, our alliances around the world are actually the envy of our adversaries. China, Russia, and others desperately want friends and allies that look like the ones that we have. They've tried to build out these alliance networks and they've largely failed. So we have this, and the answer to addressing our problems and our threats is actually to build upon it and expand it, not to pull back from those. But reliability and consistency and being a true good partner is the best way to build those partnerships.
So in terms of
just keep that smorgasbord open. Just make sure that the all-you-can-eat chicken is there 24/7. Make sure that those taxpayer dollars just keep on flowing in to Frankfurt. Don't stop, because we don't want our partners to back off on their commitments.
Because I'm curious what you make of Ukrainian President Zelensky's call for the creation of a European army. Is it justified, considering the concerns in Europe, that they can no longer rely on the US?
Well, you know what? Here's a great idea. During NATO, Europe was fractured because of World War II. They decided over time to build a European Union. And now they have a quasi-federalism. Now, I think their European Union sucks. And there's lots of corruption and inefficiency and lots of regulation that makes doing business in Europe bad. But that's their problem. They have created a federalism. Now it's time for them to support their own defense. It's almost as if NATO is obsolete in a way. I'm not even sure if the United States needs Europe. But if we did, couldn't we just ring the bat phone and say, hey, Germany, or hey, EU Council, we got a problem. We got to do something. We got to coordinate. Why do we have to have it constantly a smorgasbord for these countries where we're just wasting taxpayer dollars? No, they should, they should pay for their own defense. Maybe we don't even need NATO anymore. I come from the belief that NATO caused the problem that we have with Ukraine and Russia. Now, maybe we should have a smaller version of NATO if NATO is absolutely needed. But we're moving into a realm. I mean, this sounds like an old Cold War kind of relic. I'm not even sure if we need NATO, especially with the new weapon systems that are being developed and coming online. I'm not really sure. If we build the Golden Dome, do we really need NATO? Because that was all about first strike. It was all about, nuclear deterrence. I think some of the assumptions post-World War II are changing. But we got to keep the smorgasbord, because we just got to keep on printing those bills and sending them to Frankfurt, because they can't afford their own food, their own sauerkraut.
I think it's too early to tell whether or not they can or can't rely on the United States. And this notion of strength, I talked about what I think truly makes us strong. It's our partnerships, it's our allies, it's the fact that we are a values-based alliance and partnership with NATO and other partnerships. But listen, Donald Trump and his version of America, his retrenchment and his pullback is actually a small, weak version of America. He believes in a small America, a weak America that can't be friends, that can't engage with them.
A small, weak America? He wants to build up our military, build up our manufacturing so we have self-determination, especially in time of war. He wants to expand. He wants to do external enlargement, is the technical term in the parlance of international policy. And that external enlargement is buying Greenland and subsuming Canada. That doesn't sound like smaller America. That sounds like bigger America to me. And this whole Golden Dome idea is a great idea. Now, I am pretty sure that the Golden Dome would work even better for us if we had Greenland and Canada. That doesn't sound like a smaller America. That sounds like a bigger America. It sounds like the Monroe Doctrine kind of America. It sounds like more like what it was in our early foundings of this country, where it was about exploration and expansionism. Donald Trump's expansion, but what he's also saying is no more bullshit and no more wasteful spending. And stop spending on things that are just perhaps maybe irrelevant in today's age. I'm not sure if a bigger NATO is really important, especially when the pivot to Asia seems to be more on the horizon.
Well, I think history is pretty clear. That makes us far less safe. It makes our economy less prosperous. I think we have the leadership and the strength and the capability.
Our economy is less prosperous. He's saying if we keep on sending our wasteful spending over to Europe. No, if we keep our money here, if we grow our manufacturing base, if we stop taxing so much our citizens, don't you think our economy will be better? Oh, we can't do that because there's people on the take. I still don't understand how Samantha Powell became a multimillionaire. How do you become a multimillionaire? By working for the State Department and also working for USAID. How does that happen? Because her gains would be like, why doesn't just Warren Buffett just hire her to manage his portfolio?
Innovation to be a partner, to be engaged with the world. And in doing so, Americans will be better off because of it.
Okay, let's talk about Tulsi Gabbard, who is the newly sworn in Director of National Intelligence and who will deliver daily intel briefings to the president from around the world, which of course feels like a tinderbox in many places. You were on the Intelligence Committee. Are you confident in her ability to advise Trump on our most pressing national security issues?
I don't know what he's going to say because this is the first time I've watched this, but my answer, thank you for asking. Dr. Paul Cottrell, what do you think about Tulsi? It's a great idea. I think she's going to be great at that position. And I'm glad that Trump reached over to the other side of the aisle to find people to work with. Because guess what? We need people that are thinking out of the box and are not part of the deep state. And are not part of this whole intelligentsia of the administrative state. This idea that you have to be homegrown in that whole inculcation is ridiculous. You listen to Bolton and he doesn't accept anyone unless, they were born, from the womb of the deep state.
I have no reason to be confident. I opposed the nomination and encouraged the Senate not to confirm Tulsi Gabbard. There's nothing in her past that gives me confidence that she has the experience to do this, but also I have very real concerns about some of her past statements, pro-Russian statements, her involvement with Syria and other places. So
what's wrong with trying to understand the other side of the argument with what's going on between Ukraine and Russia. What's wrong with starting to ask serious questions on what the hell's going on in the Middle East, especially post 9/11, and all the nefarious things were going on with our intelligence agencies and funding ISIS. ISIS-K and ISIS this and ISIS, you lose track of who's who. You need like a David Icke, connect the dot board to understand where the money is flowing from the CIA.
We're going to see. She obviously was confirmed. She's going to be in the role. I sit on the Intelligence Committee now, which is the primary committee that has oversight in the House of our intelligence community. And I'm going to ask questions. I'm going to do my job. I'm going to conduct oversight to keep America safe, to make sure we have intelligence, that we build alliances, because we get a lot of it.
Why wasn't there more oversight by the intelligence committee on the wasteful spending from U.S. aid and holding U.S. aid accountable for not being transparent? Administration after administration after administration. Because I'd really like to know how Samantha Powell became a multimillionaire.
Intelligence from our partners, from our allies here. This is another reason why it's important to have friends, because they have ears and eyes around the world too. And that information helps keep Americans safe. So I'm going to do my job and I'm not going to back down.
Have allies there at the conference in Munich, have they expressed concern over her new role?
Some have. I talk regularly with folks around the world, and there's a lot of questions. So, there's not a lot that I can tell them right now because we're really early into this. But this is an example of why it's important to have people with not just the experience, but also that people can trust in these very critical national security positions. The test should not be total loyalty to Donald Trump, which unfortunately is more often than not the test for these really important jobs in the Trump administration. Listen, we're playing with live fire here, right? I was a combat veteran, or I'm a combat veteran. I served 3 combat tours in Iraq and Afghanistan, and I can tell you the threats are real that Americans face around the world. The threats are real that our troops face around the world. And when things don't work, when government doesn't work, when things break down, people get hurt, people get killed. So the consequences are real, and that's why this is not a joke when we have people like Elon Musk and others running around firing people and dismantling.
The major war effort in the Middle East post 9/11 was the United States. And then I would say second is Britain. Some of these other nations, they did have some operations going on, but not that much. The bulk, the lion's share of what was going on was by the United States. Again, I'm not so sure that we need NATO. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the resveratrol. I've been taking resveratrol for decades. I want you to be taking resveratrol for decades. Why? Because I want you to be listening to me while you're 350 years old. So take resveratrol. It boosts up your energy levels because it helps with mitochondrial health. It'll get rid of cells that are in senescence. That's good for your tissues because by getting rid of those cells, because they've collected garbage, you're stimulating adult stem cells to repopulate the tissue. Resveratrol stacks really well with C60, NAD+, ubiquinol. So stack it to get the most benefit from resveratrol. You should be taking resveratrol every day. All right. I stack it, with the ones I just mentioned to get the max benefit from it. So please go to my store, get the resveratrol, and this is part of that anti-aging protocol. As I was saying about NAD+, NAD+ also helps to boost up energy levels. Have you noticed a theme here? You need ATP. So NAD+ boosts up energy levels. It helps to repair DNA damage. As we get older, we accumulate DNA damage, and our natural processes to repair that start to decline as we get older. So it's important to take NAD+ to help repair that damage. It also repairs mitochondrial DNA. So that's important. And NAD plus helps to protect your neurons. When we get older, 40 plus, you need to start to protect your neurons. So you're going to have neurological degeneration. And believe me, you don't want that. Ubiquinol. This is the highest bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can buy. Let me repeat that. Go to my store and get the Ubiquinol. Why? Because it's the highest bioavailable CoQ10 that you can buy. Most people that take CoQ10, they're taking the low bioavailable CoQ10. This is the highest bioavailable CoQ10. It's synergistic with resveratrol. It's also synergistic with NAD plus and C60. It helps to boost up your energy levels because it's improving your mitochondrial health. It's an antioxidant, so it's soaking up free radicals, and it's neuroprotective. And trust me, you need to protect your neurons. NAC. I've added this to my stack. Why? Why, Dr. Paul Cottrell, did you add NAC to your stack? Thank you for asking. NAC boosts up glutathione levels. You need glutathione to soak up free radicals. The more ways you soak up free radicals and through different vectors, the better off you're going to be. And what will happen is you'll have less stress in your tissues and your organs will perform better. NAC also helps to detoxify your liver and your kidney, especially if you take acetaminophen. NAC also helps to calm your nervous system, to reduce anxiety. It puts you more into a parasympathetic mode. And that's important because if you're in a chronic sympathetic mode state, you have tachycardia. That means you have, a faster heart rate. That's bad if it's chronic. And also, if you are in sympathetic mode chronically, your cortisol levels are higher. So it's immunosuppressive. You want to go into parasympathetic mode. Take NAC, calm down anxiety. All right. And detoxify your body. You know why? Because we got tons of chemicals all over the place. But we got lots of money to give to NATO. We got lots of money to give to Ukraine. But we can't clean up our air. And then we're spending money dumping stuff in the air. And we see these, these trails that I've never seen before until modern time. But when I was a kid, I don't remember seeing trails in the sky. Guess what? We are surrounded by toxins and chemicals that harm our immune system and our endocrine system. You need to take zeolite, soak up those chemicals, toxins, and heavy metals. Once zeolite binds to the toxin, what will happen is that it'll allow you to urinate it out in about 6 to 8 hours. Take it every day. Take 2 small drops underneath your tongue. Drink filtered water. Take it every day. And that way you're detoxifying your body from the heavy chemicals, the toxins, and the heavy metals. All right. This also works for PFAS. All right. Those forever chemicals out there, over time, you can get rid of them in your body. But you got to be diligent, and do this on a regular basis to do it. Clean your environment. Get rid of chemicals and paints and paint thinners and cleaning agents that are degassing in the air and you're breathing them in. It disrupts your endocrine system and your immune system. If you have to have them, put them in a container and double layer it, and that way it reduces the degassing. But another thing that's really important is to filter your water and to stop eating processed foods, because processed foods has a lot of chemicals in it that you do not want. All right? Stop eating the fast food. It's terrible for you. All right? Do you really want to have billions and billions and billions and billions of people having heart disease? Because that's exactly what McDonald's did for you. So please go take my zeolite. Take it every day. For ones that want to detox once or twice a year, take about 4 to 5 small drops underneath your tongue, drink the filtered water, take it every day that way until the bottle's done, and then do that protocol once or twice a year. But it's better to take it every day. All right. Let me continue on with this video. I'm not going to take, because it's late, I'm probably not going to take any questions tonight.
These really important functions of our government.
Yeah, we thank you for that service and for sharing that perspective. Let me move to what's happening here in the US regarding hundreds of thousands of federal workers who could be caught up in the administration's mass firing of probationary workers. More than 8,000 employees of the Veterans Affairs have been fired, and some civil servants working with the agency tasked with overseeing the U.S. nuclear weapons stockpile have been apparently fired, and now NBC News is learning they were just reinstated. Does this feel dangerously disorganized to you? And I'm curious the impact of gutting these government agencies.
Well, of course it's disorganized, right? I'm not against government efficiency and streamlining. I mean, every American knows that taking 8 years to build a bridge just isn't going to work. It's inefficient. It takes too long. We can't build infrastructure fast enough. We can't do a lot of really important things in the way that Americans should be able to expect. And I've been pushing hard for better process and reform, but that's not what this is about, right? That's not what the administration is doing. These are by and large performative theatric measures. They'll pick these one-off cases and they'll say this is broad policy. This is what an entire department or agency does or represents, and it's just not true, right? These people, these civil servants, keep our food safe, keep us safe when we're flying in planes, collect intelligence that is used by our troops, help spread the spread of diseases. These cuts to the National Institutes of Health, where we're doing cancer research and Alzheimer's research. People's lives depend on this. There's not a person in this country who hasn't been impacted by Alzheimer's, by ALS, by cancer, right? Life-saving research that's being done by these institutions.
Most of the gains of fighting cancer is screening early. Not chemo, not radiation. It's catching it early through early screening. That's the most bang for your buck, the most effective way to fight cancer. Fact. You want to stop the dementia problem and the Alzheimer's? Start with having a better food supply. Stop spraying shit in the air in Boeing, 747s. Stop genetically engineering our corn. When you have a better food supply, guess what? You'll be healthier. When you have a better environment and you're not swimming in a sea of toxin and everything around you looks like, I don't know, Wall-E in the movie. If you have a better environment, guess what? You'll be healthier. But let's use emotional fallacy because, cancer's cure is just around the corner. Just around the corner. Meanwhile, the average cancer patient going through chemo gets about maybe 12 to 24 months, maybe.
And they've just taken a hammer to it. They have fired people, furloughed people, have chilled them. They're not doing their job, and Americans are going to die because of it, right? Every American should be really, really upset and up in arms about what's happening here.
People are going to die because of Doge. People are dying right now because we're not helping our veterans right now. But we're wastefully spending for stupid things we shouldn't be. We have elderly people dying right now because they can't feed themselves and take their medication. It's an or situation for them. And so they eat every other day and they take their medication every other day. See how that works? And that's through wasteful spending that he seems to continue to promote.
Let's have a real discussion about reform. That is not what's happening in the early days of the Trump administration.
Yeah, your description there, particularly relative
Well,
to
a real
women's
discussion
health and,
for reform is with representatives that are on the take with K Street. They're on the take because of big lobby. They're on the take because of big pharma or big ag or big whatever. So that's the discussion that we're supposed to keep on handing freebies to the big lobbying groups maintain the status quo? No, I would prefer an executive branch that says the bullshit's going to end. And this is why, because you're spending, literally show the details. We're wastefully spending in these areas and it needs to stop. Period. Full stop. Not negotiation. Not like, well, maybe we can cut 15%. No, in some of these things, it needs to be 100% cut. Like condoms to the Taliban. Please go to I would rather put a bullet into a Taliban than give them condoms. What the fuck? What the fuck? How many trillions of fucking dollars did we spend post 9/11 in the Middle East? And we're sending condoms to the Taliban? Shit. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get C60. You can get it in MCT coconut or in avocado or in extra virgin olive oil. You can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. This is a very potent antioxidant. It soaks up free radicals. It helps the health of the mitochondria. It'll boost up your energy levels because your ATP will increase. And the stress in the cells and in your tissues will go down, and your tissues and your organ systems, your glands will perform better. That means your immune system will perform better. Your endocrine system will perform better. Your neurons will perform better because you're reducing the stress in the neurons because you're soaking up the free radicals, but you're also improving the mitochondrial in the neurons. And you need a lot of mitochondria and you need a lot of ATP in those neurons. So if you want positive neuroplasticity, take C60. All right. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take it on an empty stomach for the best absorption. If you work out, take it before your workout, because what will happen is they'll soak up the free radicals that you're producing during your workout, and that energy level that you'll need will be there, and your recovery time will be better. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the C60 and MCT coconut oil, avocado oil, or extra virgin olive oil. And structural nano silver gel, dual purpose product. You can get it in a quick dispenser or in the tube form. Get it for your household and for work. You're going to need it during the cold seasons or people that are sick. It's a dual purpose product. It can be used as skincare. It'll help to heal wounds. You can apply it on your skin every day and exfoliate. Great way to do that is to put it on your skin before you go to bed, and then in the morning exfoliate, and it'll improve the topical layer of your skin. If you shave, use it as an aftershave. It's great, for guys that are shaving their face and to reduce that irritation from the razor. Apply the structural nanosilver gel on there to soothe it. Women that are shaving their legs, apply it on your legs, and it will reduce that razor burn. So this is a dual purpose product. And, if people are sick around you, it's a great way to put it on your hands, around your nose, around your eyes, around your ears, around your mouth. Lightly coat your nostrils. Stays active for 5.5 hours. Way better than Perel, because Perel only stays active for about less than 30 seconds. And Perel cracks your skin. And you can't use Perel as an aftershave. Aren't you so happy that you found my channel? Please go to my store and get the structural nanosilver toothpaste. Instead of supporting Alex Jones, support DrPaulCottrell. Why? Because my toothpaste is the best toothpaste that you can buy. Way better than anything Alex Jones sells. It whitens your teeth, freshens your breath, reduces inflammation. It's made from structural nanosilver. It has no fluoride, because fluoride makes you stupid. And by neutralizing pathogens, reducing plaque, and reducing that inflammation, you're reducing the chances of cardiovascular disease and valvular disease. A lot of people that get older, they have bloody gums, and what happens is that bacteria can get in there, or plaque can get in there, causing occlusion or inflammation, leading to more plaque buildup or valvular disease. So you don't want that. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get a few tubes of this very high quality toothpaste. Help support my work and not Alex Jones. Why? because the info war sucks. It's all about kinetic. All right. Next. Let's, Zelensky says he told Trump Putin is afraid of him. This was CNN 1 hour ago post.
Now it's taking new steps to try to fulfill another one of President Trump's campaign promises, ending the war in Ukraine. Sources telling CNN top administration officials are set to travel to Saudi Arabia in the coming days for a meeting with senior Russian officials. This as President Trump's special envoy to Russia and Ukraine, General Keith Kellogg, makes clear Europe will not be part of those talks. CNN's Betsy Klein broke this story. She joins us now from West Palm Beach, Florida, with more details. Betsy, what more are you learning?
Well, Paula, moments after President Trump spoke with Russian President Vladimir Putin last week, he indicated that he wanted those talks to end Russia's war in Ukraine to begin, quote, immediately. And to that end, we have learned that he is dispatching 3 of his top lieutenants to speak with high-level Russian officials. That includes, according to 2 sources familiar with the plans, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, and Special Envoy to the Middle East Steve Witkoff, who will travel to Saudi Arabia. One source tells us in the coming days, declining to say when specifically. But our colleague Matthew Chance says that the Kremlin has also begun assembling its own high-level contingent of staffers, and that's going to include top political, intelligence, and economic officials. Now, President Trump told reporters days ago that he could soon, depending on the status of these talks, meet
Now,
with
remember
Russian
what I
President
said
Vladimir.
about, remember what I said about the alignment of Jacob and Ishmael and positive Esau, all right, when the splitting happens with Esau. And Saudi Arabia represents Ishmael, all right? Ishmael, Saudi Arabia, seems to be all over with, like, redeveloping the Middle East, part of peace negotiations. MDS wants to be, playing the big league in the international affairs. So Ishmael is starting to align with Jacob to be a major power broker in regional affairs, which is exactly what the Bible and biblical texts and ancient Kabbalistic texts have been saying would happen. Now, what's even interesting, some of these texts are older than Islam, but they were, so it wasn't even before Mecca and all of Islam, right? And Muhammad. They were focused on Ishmael because that's the root. It's not about Muhammad, it's about Ishmael.
Himself, and that meeting could happen, quote, in the not too distant future. He suggested it would also take place in Saudi Arabia and indicated that Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman could be involved in those discussions. Of course, the Crown Prince has been a key interlocutor.
See what I mean? It's, even though he chops up people he doesn't like, that's from the, from the media, and throws them in a bag. But, he wants to be a major player. It's started to emerge that way.
Between the U.S., Russia, and Saudi Arabia and Ukraine. One party that won't be at the negotiating table, according to Special Envoy for Ukraine and Russia, General Keith Kellogg, is the Europeans. But Kellogg did indicate that Ukraine will be at the negotiating table. Of course, when and in what capacity remains unclear at this time. Kellogg also indicated Sunday that Russia is going to have to make concessions. Take a look.
To me, there's going to have to be things like territorial concessions as well. Okay, some of it is unrealistic to expect where you'd want to go to, but it's territorial, it's subterritorial. It could be the engagement of refusing to use force, renouncement of the use of force into the future from the political side. He's not going to downsize his military forces, hopefully get rid of what we're gonna try to do is basically force him into actions. What you wanna do is force him into actions maybe he's uncomfortable with.
Now, we have seen President Trump take steps to dramatically reshape U.S. foreign policy as it pertains to Russia and Ukraine, and also take steps toward rebuilding relations with President Putin. But certainly very critical, high-stakes talks in the coming days. We'll be watching quite closely, Paula.
Betsy Klein, thank you. And joining me now to discuss this, CNN Global Affairs analyst Kim Dozier. Kim, what do you make of this move to cut out Europe from these negotiations?
Well, it's a surefire way to infuriate Paris, the Germans, the Brits, because they have been part of.
What's wrong with infuriating the Germans, the Brits, the French? I mean, isn't that our whole reason of being as United States citizens? I mean, so what? Heaven forbid we upset Frankfurt. Heaven forbid we upset London. Heaven forbid we upset Paris. Shit.
Bring Ukraine up till now, and the Germans and the French were part of the Minsk agreement that helped bring some amount of peace. Of course, it didn't last in eastern Ukraine before, and they.
Let me get. This is what the problem with the liberals. You know, failure is still. They still see failure as success. Well, we had a peace agreement, but it helped a little bit, but then all of a sudden it failed. Well, then it's a failed peace agreement. You failed. Well, amazing. I'll tell you, the intelligentsia that's coming out of the Boss Wash corridor is ridiculous. And they have led us to many of the problems that we have internationally now.
Treasure on the line, at least treasure in terms of and providing weapons to Ukraine. So getting cut out like this just after getting bawled out by Vice President J.D. Vance in his Munich Security Forum speech. That's how many people took that speech. This is unwelcome news.
Heaven forbid a Marine goes to Europe and says, no more bullshit. You know what? I think we need more Marines telling the Euro whiners where to go.
Do European leaders have at this point in ensuring Ukraine does not get steamrolled in these negotiations?
Well, that's one of the things that President Zelensky was trying to point out to the audience, saying, Ukraine is part of Europe and we have to band together because we can't count on the U.S. For our security, possibly in future. He was fairly blunt about it in his speech and in remarks afterwards that the White House had become an unstable sort of arbiter of this, that he was working with carefully, and he was urging all assembled to stand up.
Zelensky is worried that he's going to get bumped off. Not only that, he's not getting any more funding from the United States, so he's looking for his new cocaine dealer. Probably from Frankfurt.
European army and start thinking about going it alone against Russia and arming Ukraine to be the front lines of that potential future fight.
What is he doing there when he calls for the creation of an army in Europe to deter Putin? Is that realistic, or is it simply a way to just get under Putin's skin?
Well, the majority of European countries are part of NATO, and their defense expenditures are spent less on internal defense and more on being part of NATO training ranks, et cetera, to be able to respond to some sort of future threat. And that's why Donald Trump has been urging them all to spend more money on their own defenses. So, this is an uncomfortable suggestion from Zelensky. It's an uncomfortable amount of berating from Trump, but both sides are saying, for various reasons, you've got to start thinking about spending more on your own defense because In Zelensky's case, he was warning Russia won't stop with Ukraine, especially if Russia is allowed to keep large parts of Ukraine. And I have to tell you, a lot of European officials I've spoken to firmly believe that, agree with Zelensky, and think that the Trump administration might be offering up too much too fast to a Moscow that's just going to take it, agree with it, and then in 2 or 3 years break those agreements and invade somewhere in Europe or more of Ukraine again.
I want to play an interesting moment from my colleague Christian Amanpour's interview with President Zelensky this morning, where he revealed one of the things he actually told Trump during their phone call.
I really think Christian Amanpour is Mick Jagger's lost sister.
Let's take a listen.
As was reported, President Trump, that Putin is only doing this and agreeing to talks because he's afraid of Trump. Did you tell him that?
Yes. I told Trump that Putin afraid of him. Yes, and he cured me. And now Putin knows.
The comedic timing in that answer on full display. But what do you make of that? Is he hoping this will influence Trump's relationship with the Kremlin?
Look, part of this is every leader or official I've spoken to who has dealt with Trump knows that they have to flatter his ego. But
no, the answer is no. It's a quick answer. The intelligentsia from Boswash, corridor, they keep on getting it wrong. Trump is the off-ramp of the war with Ukraine and Russia, and Putin is looking for an off-ramp. He's looking for an off-ramp. He doesn't want to continue the war. Zelensky can't continue the war without U.S. involvement. And it's a perfect way to ramp it down. It's that simple. It's that simple. Now let's see if the intelligentsia can get the right answer.
So known for being mercurial, angry, vengeful, proudly so that what Ukrainian officials I've spoken to hope is that Trump will put a lot of trust in Putin, and then Putin will early on break one of these agreements, make Trump angry, and that will cause Trump at the White House to then fully support Ukraine as the Biden administration once did. That's a whole lot of strategizing, but other than that,
good luck game theory and chaos. That's what she's saying. There's someone's going to try to game theory Trump, but yet he was born under the stars of chaos. See what I mean? These people don't know what's really going on, but these are the people that led us down this road. This type of thinking.
So it's kind of like, what can they hope for? Kyiv will not survive without U.S. support in addition to European support, because the Russians can mass so many forces in terms of people, and its weapons manufacturing has been boosted inside the country and by supplies from Iran, North Korea, and logistical support.
All right. Both sides are exhausted. That's what the real situation is. If they weren't exhausted, why is he importing North Koreans and they're dying on the battlefield because of drones? Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the boomer boost. All right. This is the last part of the core of the protocol, this health protocol that I've built up over time. This will increase your metabolism and boost up your energy levels. It has 68 nutrients. It's pretty comprehensive. What's in the powder here. Go to my store and take a look at the actual label and read through it. I don't have time to go through it all, but this will help with your cardiovascular health. It'll help with your brain health. It will help with muscles and your energy levels. And you'll lose weight if you take this. all right, what you will notice, you'll sleep better. And you'll have this like added energy that you feel like when you were younger. And when I say younger, I'm talking like in your teens or even younger than that, all right? Now, obviously, your physical body isn't going to go back to your teens, but the thing is that your energy levels, you're going to have that, wow, you just get a better sleep and you just have more energy. And you'll start to notice this after the third or fourth day, all right? Take a full scoop of this once a day, either for your breakfast or for your lunch. Mix it in soft foods like hummus or yogurt, or in a smoothie, or in just mix it with filtered water. Some people mix it with milk. It's up to you how you want to mix it. But the key is that this is going to be your breakfast or your lunch. All right. And what you're going to notice is that you're losing weight and you're really boosting up your energy levels. And you can couple this with the heirloom barley or the gladiator barley. The barley is a protein. It's a high density protein. You get a scooper in here. It's a big scooper. My recommendation for most people is to take a half a scoop. The label states, after you get used to taking the high density protein, because it's very high quality protein. You can't buy this at Whole Foods, all right? This protein, this barley is very high level, very high grade because it's heirloom, all right? So it has a lot of nutrients. A lot of the stuff that's out there in the market, the nutrient level has depleted. So this is high nutrient barley. Take a half a scoop is my recommendation for most people, all right? And then also mix it with the full scoop of Boomer Boost. Take it from your morning or for lunch, for your breakfast or for your lunch. Now, what the barley does is it detoxifies, brings down inflammation, soaks up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. And because it's a high density protein, it'll also help to gain muscle, all right? You take these together and you're also going to control your A1C levels. So this is a great way to detoxify your body regularly, to reduce the inflammation, to have all the nutrients you need, to lose weight, to control your A1C levels, and to get healthy. I want you to get healthy, all right? I have seen my brother die from heart disease. Why? Because he ate too many Big Macs, all right? So it's in your power to control your health. And I'm giving you all these different ways to do it, all right? And this is a great combo. Now, for ones that want to gain muscle, all right? Now, either if you're an athlete or you're just older and you just want to get healthy, take the gladiator barley and the Boomer Boost. Again, you do the same thing. You take it in the morning or for lunch, all right? Take a full scoop of Boomer Boost and take a half a scoop of gladiator barley. Now, the label says take a full scoop. It depends on your BMI, and it also depends on how active you are, because it's high density protein. So if you're active, if you're an athlete or you're a really active person, or you want to gain, get faster gains in muscle, do some weight training, do some cardiovascular training, take the gladiator barley and the Boomer Boost together. This is the biggest benefit for gaining strength, detoxifying your body, bringing down the inflammation. You're going to recover quicker in your workouts. And also it soaks up the free radicals through superoxide dismutase. You're going to control your A1C levels even more than just taking the Boomer Boost and the heirloom barley, because you're gaining strength and you're doing that workout. All right. But you do this and you're going to get healthy. Now, you can buy them separately. You can get the Boomer Boost if you just want to take the Boomer Boost, or if you just want to buy the gladiator barley, that's up to you. Gladiator barley stacks really well with myotrol, because the myotrol helps with the gene expression to build more muscle. And the gladiator barley is the protein that you're going to use to build the muscle when you do your workout. Or you can get the heirloom barley by itself. It's a great way to regularly detoxify your body, reduce inflammation, and soak up those free radicals. And you're getting high density protein. You're going to lose weight, but it's better if you take them together. All right. Boomer Boost with heirloom barley, or Boomer Boost with the gladiator barley. You can buy them separately, or you can buy the longevity boost box that I have. I have discounted it so you can get the Boomer Boost in your choice of Gladiator barley or heirloom barley. All right, and then you can put a discount 5 on top of it. I want to get these products in your hand because they work. You do what I'm telling you to do, they work. You lose weight, you get in shape, and you're controlling diabetes. It's really simple. Now, I've gone over many of the products that I have on my store and explained how to stack them. Now I have built up these anti-aging boxes and I've built up these longevity boxes at different price points so you can target what systems and at, you know, how much you want to spend. Because I understand not everybody can do what I'm doing. I get that. And that's why I've tried to find ways to get these great products in your hands. So please go to my store, help support my work, and also help support your health. What I'm saying works. You just got to listen and do it. It's about a holistic approach and it works. If someone says, just take D3, no, that's not going to be solving your problem. Just take ubiquinol. No, that's not going to solve your problem. It's about stacking. And it's about a holistic approach. It's about proper supplementation, proper diet, proper exercise, training your mind, doing resistance training, doing cardiovascular training, stretching, balancing, activate those neurons. You do that on a regular basis, and you're going to slowly reduce the aging process, and you're going to have more vitality. Or don't listen to me in your geriatric years, waste away like I've seen so many people do. All right. I've been going on for 4 hours. I was only going to be doing a 2-hour show, so it went down double the time. I apologize for the ones that were on X Spaces that wanted to talk. I just am a little tired. And I'm going to be doing another show tomorrow. So if you'd like to ask questions, please do. But it's bedtime for Dr. Paul Cottrell. Thank you for listening. For the ones on X Spaces, I appreciate you listening, especially the ones that tune in regularly. It's helpful to know that people regularly listen to the show. So thank you very much. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and get $5 off. And stay tuned for tomorrow's show. Good night, everybody.